Hello, everybody. Peter Ruckgazer alongside Adam Detchan. Glad you could join us here for the Loney Bowl. Adam, we thought there was going to be a game, then there wasn't going to be a game, and now there is a game. And I'm wondering what's in the minds of both these teams going into this game. It's been delayed now for over a week, and you got to wonder about the psyche for both teams, especially St. Mary's.
Well, from St. Mary's perspective, they lured up and they said it's going to create an us against the world mentality. It's them in a bubble. They're coming in here. They don't know what's going to happen the rest of the week, so they have to stay in the moment. That's what Coach Colsey and company, I'm sure, have been telling their team. What else can they do? They're taking care of it on the administrative side. From the sports side, these guys are practicing. They had a tough game against St. X last week, 16-15 win in the semifinal. It was so tight. They were able to execute that. From Acadia's side, they haven't played in almost a month. Their last game was against St. Mary's, but way back there in October. And they came out on the right-hand side of that one. But getting in that real competition mode this first quarter is going to be a real feeling-out process for them.
And there you see the standings this season. This Acadia team, they went on a run towards the end. They won 4 in a row. And they're looking for a little bit of revenge because, you know, they lost earlier in the season to the St. Mary's team, then beat them to clinch top spot. They'd like to get another win against this St. Mary's football team.
It's two very closely matched teams. They split the conference, or the last two matchups in the conference here before the playoffs came in. St. Mary's won a home game. Acadia won a home game. They do it two different ways. Acadia runs the ball about twice as much as they pass it. We'll talk about Dale Wright in a little bit. He's an outstanding running back for Coach Cummins. Meanwhile, Caleb Scott and the Huskies, they got to throw the rock. 293 yards a game. He throws it. Scott's a very capable rusher in his own right, which we'll see here later this afternoon as well. But they do it in the air. Acadia does it along the ground. And don't sell Cody Kluwich short as Acadia's quarterback. I should throw that out there right away. Very capable passer, but it's the offensive line and the running game that beat St. Mary's last time around.
The big question with Caleb Scott, you know, he got nicked up towards the end of the season, an upper body injury, and they had to put him under center in that playoff game against St. X. So we'll have to see his effectiveness as a runner here today. Will Coach Colsey allow him to get out of the pocket and use his feet because he has that upper body injury?
Well, I think at this stage it's all hands on deck. Caleb Scott's a real tough guy. Of course, you want to keep him in the game to throw the ball, but part of his way of throwing it in and delivering it is keeping those D-backs kind of wary. Is he going to break a run into the secondary? He gets out in the middle of the field with speed. If they're kind of biting on that, it opens up the top routes for some of those receivers and enables him to deliver the ball. So it's twofold there where he's going to need to run it a bit to keep that defense honest.
The other thing that I'm really interested in today, Adam, is the line play. This Acadia team is physical. Their offensive line is physical. Their defensive line is physical. Will St. Mary's be able to match them in the trenches? I think that's where it's going to be won and lost. We got a windy day here. Whoever gets that running game going and has momentum that way, I think is going to come away with a victory.
Well, you said it. The left to right wind right now is absolutely lethal. Starting to get the Acadia's bench there. You see that behind the AUS flag really cracking. So who's going to win the line of scrimmage? The offensive line for the Axemen, stellar. You got Creedon in there, Ethan Charters, Nathan Hyde, but the real guy there at right tackle is Kyler Cherry, CFL-rated prospect. This guy moves bodies, veteran, senior, physical. Don't get me wrong. You're trying to stop Jadarius Caesar on St. Mary's D-line. Not an easy task, but this is going to be a real war in there. And then you got the guys in the secondary you see. It's going to be risky. You're throwing the ball up on a not windy day. These guys are going and finding it. If that ball's hanging up in the wind, Light Myers, Jaden White and company, they're going to go up and steal a few. So it's going to be a lot to work on for the offense.
And there you see the air and ground defense for both these teams. St. Mary's pass defense simply outstanding. We talked about their secondary and how good it was. And then the rush defense for Acadia was tops in the conference as well. So we're about ready to get going here. Hope will kick this one away. And we are underway with the Loney Bowl. McMinns trying to find some room. One of the top returners in the AUS. And he gets it to around the 30-yard line, make it the 29-yard line, and that's where Acadia will get going on offense.
Yeah, Eugene McMinn's an excellent return man. He's going to catch a few footballs as well as you see a couple flags down on the field on the far side. But McMinn's is a real dangerous guy, and some of these kickoffs, as you saw by that one, are going to be a little bit short, so the coverage teams will have to get down there quickly, get these guys ahead of steam before the runners can get going. But we'll see what this first flag of the game has for us.
So we got a penalty against Acadia, and that will bring it back to around the 19-yard line.
So Acadia 1st and 10 directly into the wind. Right above that scoreboard there, the flags are just cracking. It's dangerous down here. You start the game with a penalty on special teams. You don't want to compound mistakes to start to give St. Mary's life on the road. Let's see what clue it has in store.
1st and 10 from the 19 for Acadia. Handoff to guess who? Dale Wright. And he gets about a couple of yards, and they are going to ground and pound all day long, I'm thinking.
Well, what's been impressive about Dale Wright is his stamina and, his physicality in there. He's delivering a lot of hits with his head of steam as opposed to getting knocked down, which avoids a little bit of poundage. But the amount of times he carries the rock per game is just outstanding for a guy to be able to withstand that workload for the entire season. He, more than anyone else, could have benefited from that 3.5-ish weeks of rest. So he's going to be fresh legs, and they're going to work him for sure, as you said.
161 carries for 1,030 yards this season, 6 touchdowns for Dale Wright. 2nd and 6. Cluett gets it out to the flat, and that is Watson.
Looks like it could have been McMinn's again.
So McMinn, on that reception.
And the thing is about that, Acadia works these short patterns all the time. It's regular in their playbook as it is for a lot of squads. But Cluett has a strong arm, put in a lot of work coming into the season. It's been on display all as you see the ball. The ball is spotted. It's rolling in the wind here. So that's why the whistle. But Cluett's able to stretch the field on both sides for those short patterns. And again, they're not going to be able to go very vertical here, especially in this first quarter against the breeze.
Almost gale force winds out here at Raymond Field.
Official going to have to put his foot
down on the ball
right
here
on
just
that
to
ball.
Keep the spot. So 1st and 10 from the 32. Cluett wants to throw, and that was McMinn's. He got his hands on it, and there's a flag on the play.
Well, it looks like Cluett took a shot right after the play. There's a few things happening there. One of the Acadia players lost their helmet there. Looked like Creedon got his hat popped off. And Cluett looked like that'll be a late hit. And it is indeed. So St. Mary's goes from knocking down a pass, slowing things up, to committing their first mistake of the game. And Acadia's moving that ball out.
Talked about the play in the trenches. Also, from St. Mary's standpoint, they got to stay away from the undisciplined penalties here this afternoon if they're going to have any chance. That's been a problem all season long for them.
Yeah, and it's the sort of thing where when you're on that edge of you're almost an elite team. Acadia has the record. They're 6-2. They're out there feeling good. When St. Mary's plays on that edge every night, penalties can put you on the other side of it really easily.
So 1st and 10 from the 52 for Acadia. Cluett swings it out. And that's caught there by number 80, Mullally.
Well, Mullally, sorry, Peter, he's a little bit frustrated with himself on that one. Great play set up there by the Acadia offense. Brad Vince had a perfect angle on his block. Mullally just didn't get his feet under him to hit the proper angle, and he was taken down. He slammed the football down at the end of that play because he didn't get the yardage he's supposed to get.
Player that got some playing time towards the end of the season from Coach Cummins. Says that he has a bright future in AUS football. Very athletic. Handoff to Wright. Wright trying to get around the outside. Here goes Dale Wright, and he's got a first down.
That's great play calling again from the Axemen. We ran Dale Wright. You and I both said, gee, they're going to do that a lot today. They go pass, 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 get themselves a short yardage situation, stretch the far end of the field, and you're not going to catch that guy for a few yards. So they're really throwing things off balance for the St. Mary's defense.
So 1st and 10 from the 46. Good start here for Acadia. Here's Cluett in the pocket. He's got time, and it's picked off. That's Sim. So right off the bat, Levi Sim gets the interception. That snuffs out that drive for Acadia.
Well, see, this is the trouble now. You get a little bit greedy on this. They were going short, trying to hit the outside of the field. The first time they go vertical, that ball gets held up. Intended for Cordell Hastings. He is their go-to guy, but you can't target him at the expense of everything else. That time, that's an easy giveaway for St. Mary's.
So the first turnover in the game, and now Caleb Scott on offense. Here's a gadget play. They get it to Henry. And that was number 23, DeAndre Smith, that came into the game and made that throw.
We'll see what this flag is about here. But, man, DeAndre Smith, that's a guy you don't normally see out there for that sort of situation.
I had to take a double take there as DeAndre Smith, little gadget play, and he threw it. He can do everything, I guess. We'll see what the call is, and it's going to go against St. Mary's. So,
wow.
You know, we've seen that a number of times this season. Big plays that St. Mary's make, it gets brought back because of a penalty.
Man, well, credit to DeAndre Smith. We're used to seeing him pick off passes as a quarterback for the squad. Put some air underneath that one, but that's disheartening to bring that back.
Caleb Scott, his first run, and Scott very close to a first down.
So I guess there's the answer to your question. Are they going to run him? Second play from scrimmage, they do it. And the impressive thing about Caleb Scott is his ability to get up to full speed quickly. 2 steps and he's just broke through the line. That's such incredible acceleration for number 11. And that'll keep you guessing in the Acadia secondary. And St. Mary's has the win, conversely, as you saw by that Smith pass. So this is dangerous territory for the red and white.
Scott wants to run it again. He's got that first down. Or it looks like he's very close to a first down. It was 2nd and 2.
Well, there's a couple Axemen out there. Kelly looked like the man who upended him for Acadia. That time, they spaced him out a little better push, flattened out Caleb Scott, and they were able to take his feet out before he got that full stretch. I think if he gets downfield quickly, that's where it becomes dangerous. But if he is to sidestep, that's when you can organize your tacklers, organize your schemes, how you're going to attack the block. And that time they did an excellent job.
So they end up coming short by a yard. And that will bring out hope to punt this one away.
You got to be dangerous as a punt returner here. Keep your eye on this ball. Watch out the skip, and there it goes.
And they angle that out. They do not want to have that ball in the hands of McMinn's very often here this afternoon. So right off the bat, we see a turnover, and very interesting situation. Both teams expected to play last Saturday, and I know in the case of Acadia, I mean, it's a month now since they played. And you have to wonder, I mean, at the best of times, you have a week off, you're not in sync. How's this Acadia team going to handle this game here today, having not played in a month?
Well, you know, discussing a little bit that with the coaching staff, seeing them around at field level, is they try to maintain the competition level, not just on the field, like they're not pounding the pads of each other. It's competition in other spots, weight room, on the training ground, anywhere to keep that edge mentally of competition without being too much physical.
Hand off to Dale Wright, flag down on the play, and we'll await the call. As I mentioned, Dale Wright, 1,030 yards so far, or this season, in the regular season at least. And there was a player that last year got nicked up, didn't play a lot, and this year, I mean, he brought it. I mean, he was ready for camp, and Coach Cummins said by far the best player that he had on offense this season.
Well, that's been the story for Acadia, as they've been saying for years, if only we were healthy, if only we were healthy. They were snake bitten on the injury bug. They have their guys in the lineup regularly. Here's what they can do. You know, Dale Wright, 128 yards a game, incredible numbers. This guy just is a workhorse, as we said. But more than anything, the linemen aren't down. They're able to keep consistent. There's some chemistry there, and it's shown with their record, plain and simple.
1st and 5 from the 31. Back to Wright. Takes it to the left side, and Dale Wright's got himself a first down.
Well, Dale Wright got just past that marker. Brad Earps, number 42 for St. Mary's. He's the leading tackler in the AUS conference, and it's going to be a big task for him to track down Dale Wright today. He's going to try to deliver some hits, but like you said, once he's past that marker in these short yardage situations, it's tough for Herbst or anybody to get where they need to on time to stop that.
You got some big bodies on that St. Mary's defensive line. You got Slater, McDonald, Caesar. I mean, you almost need a double team every time he's on the field. Back to right, little bit of a hole on that left side of the offensive line, and he might have got about 5 yards on that run.
Yeah, they brought Vince inside there on the edge to help block that one. Churned out about 5 yards. It was Herbst in there again on the tackle. Abgozo as well for St. Mary's. But Acadia will take that. You know, they're going to be a little more cautious after that turnover. St. Mary's is going to know that. But there's a great look, great camera shot of the big offensive line for Acadia. Then you see St. Mary's, they're looking to match.
So it's 2nd and 6 from the 42. Back to right, and doesn't get much there as that defensive line cut him off.
Well, it's a great job of Antoine Lightmeyer stepping out from the secondary. Got past the first defender there. Wasn't sure if who he's going to block. There's a couple of Huskies coming. He picked one. Lightmeyer turned on the Jets and easily angled Dale Wright out of bounds there. And nice stand for St. Mary's again. 2 straight punts. Well, a turnover, I guess, and a punt, giving the ball back 2 straight times to the Huskies.
So Jennings will come out here to punt this for Acadia. And you've got Johnny King, the ever-dangerous Johnny King, on his 35-yard line.
Well, you talk about not wanting to kick it to McMinn. You don't want to kick it to Johnny King.
And they're not going to kick it to King as that bounced out of bounds. And Caleb Scott will come back out here. That ball will be at the 39-yard line.
Well, let's talk about a little bit the penalty from the first play of scrimmage from St. Mary's. You come out, you get that big play, trick play, nice reception. You're deep inside the 40-yard line of Acadia. If that penalty doesn't happen, you're rolling. You run up there. You get to that line of scrimmage. Acadia's reeling. Otherwise, everyone takes a big, deep breath. They administer the penalty. They walk it back, and the Acadia's defense gets to settle down. We'll see what happens here.
Caleb Scott going downtown, and that's Henry with the reception, so they come right back. What a big play. So I don't see any flags. So
no, we're never taking a deep breath. But, you know, that's exactly the answer. That's my thought process. Do you come back and try it again? They do. Henry, great hands, gets inside of Brandon Jennings. It's the deep safety, and they're in driver's seat.
Flag on the play over the middle. This is Jack. Jack gets to the 20, and he gets out of bounds at maybe the 15-yard line. But as I said, there's a flag on the play.
And it is offside against the Huskies. So Jack put in some nice work across the middle there, but it's coming back. And you hear the fans give him the little boo. Yes, Jack at the center of the controversy.
Yeah, he's the player that's, as you said, center of the controversy about his eligibility. And I understand that there's a not a court case, but a decision to be brought down tomorrow on the eligibility factor.
Well, it's so hard. You feel for a young man like Jack. They told him he's eligible to come play football at St. Mary's, so he came and he's doing it, and you got to keep concentration amidst all of this.
Another flag on the play. Scott using his feet, and he gets hit hard, and that was Garvin Cias that stood him up with a big hit.
Well, it's going to be a tough one to see what the call is. It came out right at the spot of the hit. So there was some contact up top between Cias and Scott. But it's one of those ones the quarterback kind of leads their head into it. We'll see if we can get another glimpse. But if Cias gets hit for this penalty, it's going to be tough to swallow. So you see Scott takes off, tucks it away. See, he's already going down. He gets tripped up a little bit from behind there by Feltmate. And then Cias, he's looking and saying, "What? You know, I can't get flagged for that."
I mean, he ducked his head there, Caleb Scott did.
So there's 2 penalties on the play, one against the Huskies, but is indeed roughness against the Acadia Axemen. So Garvin Cias, that's going to be one where it's tough to deal.
You heard a fan.
The fans are into it.
Quarterback can't lead with his head, so. And it's a packed crowd here at Raymond Field on a Tuesday afternoon. Of course, this game was supposed to be played last Saturday.
Now Caleb Scott's having a discussion with the side officials. There's all kinds of talking. Brandon Jennings is there with the head official in the middle of the field. Another look at this one. Watch this. He just gets clipped enough by Feltmate, goes down. Cease is trying to do the right thing. He's standing up. He's trying to lead with his chest. He gets kind of, if anything, he gets a helmet in the chest from Scott.
That's another one of the matchups we'll have to watch for here. Bailey Feltmate had a fantastic season for Acadia, being the, I guess you could call him the spy against Caleb Scott. And they used him as a spy a number of times this season, and they're going to use him again. Pay close attention to Caleb Scott. So we'll see what's the situation here, where the ball's going to be spotted.
Now there's going to be a timeout here on top of all of this. So officially it was offside St. Mary's, so it can be a short one and then a longer penalty on the, on the major foul against the Axemen. So it'll be first down, be a difference of about 10 yards there overall. It'll still be first and 50 for SMU after all of that, believe it or not, but at least they have the first. Back to Bailey Feltmate. We mentioned Brad Hurst being the leading tackler. Feltmate's right there with him. So these are the type of guys that make a huge difference when they're in the lineup. You always got to know where they're at as the quarterback, as you mentioned it. They're spying, they're lurking around. No one watches more film than Feltmate. He's in there with the coaches all week long. In this case, man, who knows how long he's been in the film room for 3 weeks. But he's the type of player, he brings it mentally and physically, dominates the game in that sense.
58.5 tackles this season for Bailey Feltmate, 2 sacks.
Look out.
Unbelievable season for the first-year linebacker. As they continue to discuss
there's a 3 official conference in front of Coach Colsey now on the far side.
And you got 3 officials here where the ball is spotted talking.
This would be a time where I'd insert a cheap lawyer joke at this stage. But no, I tell you, in all seriousness, we didn't get to touch on a whole bunch of that at the start of the game. From the student-athlete perspective, these guys just want to play football.
Yeah.
The coaches are paid to coach football. So, right from the beginning of this, when AUS declared Acadia the winner before the court stuff and we had decided to play this game today, they came right out and said, Acadia said, listen, we want to defend our home field. We want to earn the Loney Bowl championship. There was no doubt about that. There was no doubt about St. Mary's commitment all season long to better their program. They were in the doldrums of the AUS for a while. Colsey's come in. He's brought guys in for better or worse, and their record is there. So now we have the 2 best teams, theoretically, in the AUS going at it, trying to stand on this stage with the Loney Bowl championship trophy after the game. So from a football fan, we get to come out and see some guys go at it. And really, what more can you want? The rest of it, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the details.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let all that rest. But I'm going to enjoy this one here this afternoon.
It'll be handled, I gather, tomorrow. They'll make a decision, I would think. And but right now, we got a football game to play, and we'll leave it at that. It's unfortunate it's happened, but
so
as
now
they continue to – okay, here comes the call.
So the offside penalty looks like it's declined. So that's the difference in all of this here.
It's going to be marched off against St. Mary's.
So there's 2 penalties, it looks like, against the Huskies as well. So they back this one up further now. They just moved the chains after all that talk, and it's 2nd and long.
2nd and 20 here.
Wow, there's a change.
So another penalty hurting St. Mary's. Caleb Scott going through his progressions. He wants to run. Scott taking it to the left side. There's Bailey Feltmate in pursuit. And a big hit on Caleb Scott, just short of the 35-yard line.
Well, great closing speed on the tackle there. Watch Brandon John. He realizes that Scott's running this ball, and he just steps up. Feltmate again gets him a little from behind. Very similar play to the other side of the field, so a nice tackle. But St. Mary's, they put 3 receivers wide on either side. They try to just match it up, man on man, and then let Scott have room to run. But Acadia snuffed that out immediately. Nice recognition.
So here's Hope. He'll try a field goal to open up the scoring. It's up, and it is good. And the St. Mary's Huskies, they draw first blood in this Loney Bowl with a field goal from Hope.
Well, that was a 43-yarder, and it was close to 10 yards deep in the end zone, so that'll talk about the advantage field goal kickers will have at this end of the field. Hope won the game theoretically for St. Mary's, even though X had a chance to win it at the end in the semifinal. He missed a field goal, but that rouge was the difference in the 1-point victory, 16-15. So he's very reliable. Even though he missed that, he knew he had to get it deep out the back of the end zone. So Hope is continuing his good play here into the Loney Bowl final.
And one would think with the weather conditions the way they are, Adam, at some point, at some time, one of these kickers is really going to have to step up, whether it be to make a field goal or to get proper position on a punt.
Well, Samira, a very capable place kicker for Acadia, very successful this year in field goals and full-time duty. And Brandon Jennings goes from free safety to punter for Coach Cummins. So he's a great guy to have there in coverage as well. There's no shaking the punter off if you get loose for one, because he'll lay a lick on you.
Here's Cody Cluett, 1st and 10 from the 35. He'll pitch it out and gets it to McMinns, or excuse me, that is Malali, on that
again.
far side.
And I thought Malali was dead to rights. They tried the block low. St. Mary's got 2 guys loose on him, but he just laid the stiff arm. And he's going to sub off here. Nice look at Malali. Little man, but he's got some strength, low center of gravity. And he moved those chains.
Coach Cummins says once he gets a little stronger, he's going to have a career that will see him dominate in this conference, he believes.
Got a couple big balls early.
1st and 10 from the 47. Hand off to Dale Wright. Finds some opening right there. Dale Wright down that right sideline. Tries to get past McConnell, and McConnell, if he doesn't make that tackle, he's gone.
Well, the footwork. Dale Wright gets up there in a crowd, and then he just gets elusive. Check him out. Man, you don't get through too many tackles of Brad Earp's arm tackle or not. It's tough to get loose, and tried the spin move to lose McConnell, as you said, but check out this first little speed. Ducks through, and then boom, he just gets that foot dug into the ground, pushes off, and there he goes. Dale Wright is a ball of power.
1st and 10 from the 37-yard line. Cluett to Wright. Takes it on that right side. And another positive run from number 8.
Well, it's the area of the field that they decided to stretch one a little bit over the middle last time. I assume they'll be far more cautious in the play calling. And why not? If you got a guy like Dale Wright and it's working, keep going to it. No need to take risks. 5:41 left in the first quarter. Get this field position switched at the break, and right now, stay with the formula that's working.
First meeting of the season. I know Coach Cummins at halftime, he was a little disappointed with himself. They got away from the running game. And I think from that game on, he said, hey, if it's working, we're going to stay with it. To Wright, and this time he gets tied up and thrown down. And that's McConnell that moved up from his free safety position.
Well, they load up the box this time for Wright. McConnell says, you're not getting away from me twice. Backs him up big time on that play. That's a huge loss of position for Acadia.
So just when you thought Acadia had something shaken offensively, St. Mary's comes up with a couple of good defensive plays, and now that'll bring out Jennings to punt this one away. Johnny King inside his 10-yard line.
Well, that's the difference. Normally you might want to take a crack at a field goal in a normal situation. Weather doesn't permit it this time. It's going to hang in the air.
That'll land around the 10-yard line. There's Johnny King, and he's wrapped up right away. We got a flag, though, on the play.
Yeah, it looks like Jackson Clayton was a little too close for the no yards flag. But I like the defensive intensity, the aggression on the play call to send McConnell up there. You know Acadia doesn't want to throw it deep, so load these things up. Put some pressure on that offensive line. Yeah, they're vaunted, but there's only so many guys you can block at once, and McConnell went in untouched. And meanwhile, Fairjo and company, you see big number 66 on the left-hand side, and his comrades on the O-line. They've really held Acadia at bay. You know, Melanson, Brady Switzer, the 2 tackles. Those are tough guys to deal with, and Caleb Scott has just felt no touch from them yet this afternoon.
Here's Scott. Looked like he was going to run. He's going to pitch that one out. He's got Lemoynian. And Lemoynian out over midfield. Little deception there from Caleb Scott.
Yeah, great action there before the throw from Scott. Watch him sell this. And this is the half second it takes you to flinch when Scott Hasley takes that step up. If you're back there, you say, no, I'm coming. Then he just steps back, front foot, launches that one. Look how tight that is, where Jack is running the route and Lemoyne up the seam. That ball perfectly placed, full stride. That's excellent execution.
So now 1st and 10 from the 54. Little shovel pass, and that's not going anywhere. Big play by Gentile.
Well, you got to step in there. Isaac Monson, that time number 50, put the hit on him. Scott was looking down, looked like perhaps a little bit of an option, pitched it inside, and they're going to lose 1.5 yards. And that's a hard, on a cold day, you're taking a hit like that, you're feeling every bit of it.
2nd and 12. Scott going deep again. It's picked off. That's number 23, Roy Kelly. What a big interception.
Well, Kelly reads this perfectly. Scott throws to just about a half a second premature and didn't put enough air underneath it. Lemoyne was just about to beat him in the stretch. If he could have had about a half second longer and put that farther down the field, he was gone. But Kelly read that, even though he was beat. Watch this, Scott just looking. Doesn't step into that one quite the same. You'll see how Lemoyne in here, there's about a 5-yard stretch. I know Kelly did hold up, but he had about 1 yard or 2 open on front of that. So if that ball was on stride, that was going to be a touchdown. The first real mistake, chink in the armor for Caleb Scott, gives it right back to Acadia, and they pick up the flag on the play as well. So that run back will stand.
So both quarterbacks have interceptions next to their name so far in this game. 3:38 remaining in the first quarter. 3-0 for St. Mary's. There's Mullally.
Mullally got right into the chest of McConnell there, and you can see he's hurt. He's trying to get himself up. That's exactly the sort of play, bang, bang, we're talking about, the stingers. But Acadia had a receiver out there. Again, they can't quite get the seal on the inside, allowing the receiver to pop out there. They tried Hastings as a blocker that time, but Mullally did a great job to get it just 1 yard short of the first down marker.
So Mullally's had about 3 receptions so far in this game as McConnell will get looked at. And he'll sit off. As you see his shoulder, he's got it slumped a little bit.
Yeah, those are the dangerous ones. And, early in the ball game, get yourself checked out, get some treatment. Worst case scenario, you come back in the second half. But he doesn't seem like he's receiving too much attention there from the training staff, just walking off. I suspect he'll be back in the game.
So 2nd down and 1 for Acadia.
You look at Jermaine Love, he's a big body in there. Trying to mix things up as well off the end for St. Mary's.
As we mentioned, some big cats on that D line. And that's going to be a first down for Acadia.
Interesting, Peter, they run Cody Cluett on this short yardage situation. Typically Hunter Gennard, the backup quarterback, comes in and almost exclusively runs these sort of set situations. But they go with Cluett this time, and luckily for them, they do execute.
Same thing with St. Mary's. They bring in O'Brien most times in the short yardage, so they stay with Cody Cluett in that situation.
I guess on a cold day, cold hands, you haven't felt the snap yet. A little bit risky to put a guy in fresh. So Cluett got the job done.
So 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line for Acadia. Back to Dale Wright. He slips up just before he gets to the line of scrimmage.
He blew a tire, and he was going to be, really pursued strongly by Omar Dudula, number 12. He had a big push, and he's about to break off his blocker and lay a hit anyway, so Dale Wright might have saved himself some punishment.
Where did you get the money for that? Our rent's going up at least $50 a month. Crystal said she bought the one.
Jarek Richards comes into the game for St. Mary's.
So no McConnell yet. They're going to try a couple different bodies in there, a few different things to see if they can make up for that loss.
2nd and 8 from the 32. Here's Cluett directing traffic. He wanted to hook up with McMinns, and that goes sailing over top of number 88.
It's the sort of thing that Cody Cluett gets into trouble. He gets a little too amped up in there. You see he just turned, quick point, and tossed it all. It felt rushed watching it. When Cluett's at his best, he's settled in the pocket. He's making those decisions where if that's not there, he's not throwing it. And although Cody Cluett doesn't have the gaudy, rushy numbers that Caleb Scott does, this guy's a great athlete in his own right. So you should trust that a little bit more there and really calm down in the pocket.
Jennings to punt it away. And he'll angle that one off, or at least try to. And Johnny King gets it at his 1. And King, he gets knocked out at around the 4 or 5 yard line.
Yeah, King playing with fire there, picking that up. His body square to the field to take a hit right at his 1 yard line. Got away from it, and Ayersman laid the final hit, placing him out of bounds. But here come the big blockers for the Huskies. They're backed up, protection at a premium now.
And we talked about Cody Cluett when he's effective. And Caleb Scott, the one thing we noticed about him all season long, he makes the decision almost right away. As soon as the ball's in his hands, you know whether or not he's going to throw or run. And right there, decides to go play action, gets it out into the flat. That's for number 10 for St. Mary's. That's Liam O'Brien acting as a receiver.
Well, you said it. St. Mary's has their offensive plays so well rehearsed. Scott knows if it's a run, if it's an option run that we saw in the long hook up to Lemoyne the last time, and the play action passes work twice. They kind of sold some different things in that sense. So they're exactly know Coach Colsey and the offensive coordinator on par.
Another play action over the middle for Lemoyne, and the ball comes loose, but he was down.
And the second part of that is the receivers executing their job. They need to run their routes exactly. Scott's going to deliver it. He knows where you're supposed to be. You need to be on the spot. And when you have veterans like Rick Lemoyne, it really helps that. He's had some nice hands here early on. Not a whole lot of Archelius Jack yet in terms of targeting for St. Mary's.
St. Mary's, they've been using this read and react offense all season long. They're trying to find Henry. What a catch by Henry.
Here's a little stare down for the crowd. Henry got away with a little bit of a stiff arm there. I don't want to call it a whole push off. We'll see if we can catch it on camera. You see Scott, he's looking there the whole time. He's just staring it down where he wants to throw the ball. Big arm. Not sure if we're going to catch the push off at the tail end of this. We don't. But sure hands of Henry to track that football. Not an easy play.
1st and 10 from the 48. Here's Jack. He's got open space here. And Jack gets too close to the 20-yard line, but we got a flag down once again. And it looks like it's going to go against St. Mary's. Boy, I tell you, the penalty's really hurting this St. Mary's football team.
Well, there was some athleticism at play the way Scott whipped himself around and delivered that on stride to Jack. And Scott takes a lick there big time. You see him just kind of ease himself to the turf. But Fairjo on this side of the field, you'll see right to the right of your screen, gets caught up, his arms up around the neck with the takedown. This one's coming back.
And boy, another big play snuffed out by a penalty. And St. Mary's, we talked about this, myself and John McNeil during this season. They have to get away from kicking themselves in the pants with all these big-time penalties.
Well, yeah, shout out to Coach John. We certainly miss him here this afternoon. But that's exactly true. Discipline, the name of the game. Once you've reached this stage of the field, this stage of the season, I should say, this stage of the tournament, we'll call it a playoff tournament, this sort of things can't happen. The margin of error is slimmer. Every play matters. And St. Mary's has had 2 huge gains come back now due to penalty.
30 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Caleb Scott going deep. And he had, hands open momentarily. And he wants a flag, and he's not going to get one.
Well, he's not going to get one because he slows up here, and he basically prevents an interception. The Acadia man had the inside position. Watch as he slows down, and he doesn't want the Acadia guy to catch it. He's just going to let that fall. In pursuit, strong was Rory Kelly looking for a second one, and just fortunate that one was broken up.
2nd and 20. 17 seconds remaining.
One last crack with the wind, maybe.
Scott wants to run. And, beautiful tackle. That's textbook. by Bailey Feltmate.
Yeah, Scott just had the same thing happen to him Dale Wright did early on. He just couldn't plant and push off, had a little slip, and that's all you need for a guy like Feltmate to close down on you. Great speed, good tackle. So 0.8 seconds left. There'll be one more play to go here as well in the quarter. A little bit unfortunate for Acadia. They'll get to blast this one down in the wind.
So Hope at his 39. Little bit of pressure. Comes to McMinns. McMinns looking for real estate. Getting to the outside. Eugene McMinns, one man to beat. It's Hope the kicker. And Hope, wow, what a saving tackle by the kicker. Or else Eugene McMinns was going to be gone to the house.
Great job by the kicker, but more than anything, Chad Ayersman, number 27, we'll see on the replay, just stays in his lane, holds his block perfectly as McMinns worked his way out to that right side of the field. That is just being a disciplined special team player. We don't call Ayersman's name a lot, but he did an excellent job, and McMinns turned on the Jets. So who cares about pounding it down there, Peter? Katie running it right back.
What a return by Eugene McMinns. We've seen that a number of times. And yeah, Ayersman, here's a guy that took a violent hit in a game in Lennoxville. And I didn't think you were going to see him again this season, but came back after that tough hit at Bishops, and he's played very well special teams for Acadia. But what a return by McMinns, and we'll see if that can jumpstart this Acadia offense that's been kind of hot and cold here so far.
Yeah, it's been up and down for Acadia's offense, and again, we expected that having not played. There's going to be some successful things. There's going to be some things they're used to doing all the time, and then trying to execute against a live defense that's coming for your head is a lot different than playing red and white in practice. So quarter deep now with the wind. We'll see if they open up the playbook even more.
Three receivers top of the screen. Handoff to right as they stay true to that running game. And a flag on the play.
St. Mary's held their ground nicely that time.
And we've seen, Adam, a lot of flags here so far in this one.
The big fella, number 57, Ethan Slater, held that pile up, and there's going to be a flag against Acadia this time.
That's Alex Smith who's getting some attention. And there's Dale Wright, too.
Well, that's the challenge for the defensive line of the Huskies. Can you be more physical on these guys? That time they held the line right where they wanted to, laid a solid hit. Wright couldn't find any of those lanes. They packed it in together, converged on them nicely. And there you see the result of that physicality is Smith being a little bit shaken up.
So Dale Wright will come out, and coming in is his understudy, Cam Davidson. And Cam Davidson, 77 carries this season for 376 yards.
Well, he's got big shoes to fill. Dale Wright carried the ball 9 times in the first quarter, 59 yards. His long was a 26-yard scamper after he busted out a tackle on the right side. They've been trying to focus on that right side, as we mentioned. You know, Kyler Cherry's out there. That's the bread and butter. St. Mary's closed the door that time, but don't expect Acadia to back down.
You see that offensive line for Acadia.
And I'll say it again, the best bearded football right there, number 58, Mr. Cherry.
He's the logo.
He's the logo
for
the
Acadia.
Axemen.
So first and 20 here. Handoff, here's Cam Davidson, and he makes up a lot of that.
Well, the offensive line must have heard me. I'm popping up the right side. Then Hyde and Selden just crank up a hole. Davison hits it hard. This is a young man who's been working for playtime. Check this out here, 62. Watch him seal off. Davidson sees the gap, pushes his man in the backfield, and then Davidson's gone past the red Acadia A at midfield.
17-yard gain for Cam Davidson. And another great example of how outstanding this offensive line is for Acadia. 2nd and 3 from the 43. They pitch it out. Little bobble there. That's Hastings. And Cordell Hastings, I think he's got himself a first down. Yes, he does.
Well, you had to figure Hastings was going to get himself back into play in this football game. He leads the team in catches, 36 receptions on the regular season. He pulls in about 75 yards a game from receiving yards. So they didn't have one catch to Hastings in the first half. Mullally caught 3 balls. McMinn's caught 1. So they're going to work him in. And, you know, even though he bobbled that one, Hastings a concentration to finish his run. Veteran player.
Solid receivers on this Acadia team. Hastings, McMinn's, the youngster Mullally, and they go to Davidson along the ground. And Davidson gets himself about 3 yards.
And that's probably the difference between Davidson and having Dale Wright out there. Is he's just going to run straight ahead. He's hitting the hole, or he's not. Whereas Wright absorbs contact. He can try to find another spot to get free spin out, do those sorts of things. Davidson's developing that aspect of a game, and it helps when you can be an understudy to such a great back such as Wright.
So 2nd and 6.
That'd be like a medium.
Cluett wants to throw. Here comes some pressure. He's going to go deep. He's got it to Hastings, just short of the 10-yard line. But again, flags on the play. That seems to be a common occurrence on almost every play here this afternoon so far.
Yeah, that flag toward the middle of the field watches all sorts of action. You see the 3 receivers. It might be right there. There's a bit of a seal, almost like a basketball box out. Big number 65 out there for Acadia. We'll see if we can get a preliminary signal. Meanwhile, Hastings just lets that route develop, stays patient, finds the open space. Watch the time Cluett has in here. Count it, just waiting. Abdullah, not an easy guy to block, and he delivers it. And guess what? That flag against the Huskies. So now both sides of the ball giving up yardages to the orange flags.
So this Acadia team, when it comes to pass blocking, they do a great job. Run blocking.
Yeah, they got some guys out there. That was some interesting scheme from Acadia. 3 guys out along the right hash in the slot, and Hastings just kept that going on the diagonal slant. Perfect delivery from Cluett. Playing with the wind, not easy. You know, it looks easy. Hey, I'm going to put more speed on it. I'm going to be able to go deeper. But you got to have the touch to play that wind. It's almost like a golfer in that sense. Cluett did it nicely that time.
1st and 10 from the 12. Acadia knocking on the door, and a big defensive play there from St. Mary's.
All kinds of guys piling up inside for the Huskies on that hit. Herbst was in there. There was nice penetration by Caesar into the backfield to open it up, and then the tackle was finished nicely.
So Dale Wright on the sideline getting checked out. And that'll bring up a 2nd down and about 6. Ball on the 10-yard line. Receivers in motion. There's Cluett. Again, he's got time going to the end zone, and he's looking for Brad Vince.
And there's an example of what I'm talking about. He was under a little bit more duress, more pressure that time, so a little bit harder to thread the needle. He had the direction correct. The ball was thrown in the proper angle, just a little too much juice. The wind took that one away.
So, Acadia to kick a field goal.
You know, Peter, that's the difference too, right? You know, Dale Wright's on the sideline. You're thinking to yourself, and normally in a situation in the red zone, Dale Wright's getting a carry. He can pile up the touchdowns. They had to go throw there on 2nd down, and a little bit less success, so hopefully they can get right back together.
Here's Muir, rookie kicker for Acadia. Ball is down, it is up, and it is good. And so far, it's been the place kickers that have put the points up on the board. A 3-3 tie with 11:23 remaining in the 2nd quarter from Raymond Stadium here in Wolfville.
Well, as so often happens in tight games and poor weather, it comes down to special teams. Acadia's had a couple big plays, including the run back by McMinn's to set all of that up, getting down the field here, and then Muir finishing it off, gets his first championship game action. You know, he has a lot of support from Acadia alumni. We corresponded with his family over social media here at Bell TV1 over the course of the season, and nice to see the young man get his first one through.
Scott to O'Brien. He has the reception and has himself a first down.
Well, so far for Caleb Scott, it's been either a big run or a bomb down the field. We'll see if they can work some shorter pass plays together. Just take 10, 15 yards at a time here. O'Brien does a nice job coming back to that football, making the adjustment in the air. And again, Scott, quick play, felt the pressure, got it out there. That's some space to work.
1st and 10 now from the 50. Scott down the middle and a reception, and that's the quarterback / receiver, O'Brien. He takes it deep into Acadia territory.
Back-to-back catches for number 10, and again, it's the play action that makes Acadia bite, which is interesting as Scott's the leading rusher. Let some of these other running backs, if they get a carry, make them make a play. It's sort of like when Davidson's out there. St. Mary's is not going to bite that quite as much. They bite the play action, and then that ball is delivered again. On stride, back shoulder, O'Brien sure hands.
1st and 10 from the 33, and another reception, this time by Jack as we come back to the live action.
Yeah, Jack nice out there. Gains about 8 yards on that one. The quick drops for Caleb Scott. He just has that strong arm. There's just confidence in there every single time. And now O'Brien under center.
So the short yardage package comes out here. There's Mantuila, excuse me. And they're looking for a signal from the bench as they let that play clock run down. And they call a timeout, I guess, here. Yes, timeout for St. Mary's. I was wondering what the situation was, but they want to talk things over here.
Not sure if they didn't like the call they had in there or what the scenario was. 2nd down and 2. They're rated on the 20-yard line, so they're trying to break that through that red zone here now. And again, if you're able to push it in as a road team, get a quick score in the 2nd quarter. You know, they held Acadia scoreless in the 1st. You got to feel pretty good about that if you're a Huskies fan. It's potent Acadia offense held at bay. And if you can just keep getting little chips, say a touchdown here, a field goal there. St. Mary's has been in these wars, the 16-15 game we talked about in the semis. They're comfortable in this situation when it's tight.
One thing that Coach Coles, he told me leading up to what we thought was going to be Championship Saturday is that the Acadia defense, very opportunistic. They wait for you to make the mistake. They don't try to force anything.
Yeah, Jaden White, Garvin Cias, they just sit back there, and if you throw one up for grabs, we saw it. It was Rory Kelly kind of getting one here on the interception, but they don't make too many mistakes.
So 2nd and 2 from the 20-yard line. Play action. They get it to O'Brien again, and O'Brien in for a touchdown.
Great hesitation there, O'Brien. Just have to back the defender up a half step, got the 3 yards he needed right at the goal line to punch it in. Again, play action works. Check this out. O'Brien, they look it inside. We haven't seen number 3 get a carry yet, McClanahan. Yet they bite on it. O'Brien runs the route nicely. All kinds of open guys in there for the Huskies. You said number 9 standing, Henry alone in the back as the play was developing.
So Hope will kick this extra point, and there you see the touchdown again by O'Brien. Extra point is up and good.
Well, number 29, Jackson Clayton, got himself in no man's land there. He thought he was going to rush, thought he was going to hit the run, and McClanahan backed up a half step too slow, and by that point, O'Brien's gone, and the delivery from Scott was on point. So nice job by the Huskies.
And in that semifinal game against St. FX, you saw a lot of that. You saw Caleb Scott under center. You saw McClanahan in at running back. We hadn't seen him too much at running back this season, maybe a couple of times, and they never put Caleb Scott during the whole season under center, and that's mainly due to his upper body injury that he had. They wanted to run the ball and have a true running back in there. And so nice play action play there by St. Mary's, and now they have themselves a 10-3 lead in this Loney Bowl.
Well, the dangerous part now for your Acadia's defense, you're guessing when are they actually going to pull the run. If you stay pass all the time, as Scott's been so adept at doing, at some point they're going to hit that middle spot for a run, whether it's Scott or if they give it to McClanahan at some point.
So Hope will kick this one from his 45-yard line. Ball Ball up in the air. It comes to McMinns. Waits for his blocks, and McMinns, he gets out over the 30-yard line, and Cody Cluett, he'll come back to work here on offense for Acadia.
Sure hands in there for Muntu, number 36 for Smew on the tackle. You know, McMinns, even that little spin there, get 2 or 3 more yards. Those things all just kind of add up.
He had the magic going. I can remember early in the season against St. Yves, ran a punt back for a touchdown. Very elusive, both these returners, Johnny King and McMinns.
McMinns up top now with Hastings on the far side of the screen. We'll see if they go up or just keep it.
Here's Cam Davidson with a big run, and he has a first down. He's out over the 40-yard line, so no Dale Wright, but Cam Davidson's filled in very admirably here.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say there before the snap, is keep it in the original plan with Davidson. You know, are you just going to keep running it, trust your blockers? And for a lot of these guys, I'm not going to stretch it and say you or I could run through the line. But if you're a fairly capable runner like Davidson is, you're going to have some space to move, and he got that out there.
I wouldn't want to be running through that line.
No chance.
They go back to Davidson again. And another solid run by number 20.
Well, you can always tell when the defensive players end up on their back. You see number 57 there for St. Mary's, Ethan Slater. He ends up on his back. That's because Kyler Cherry put him there. But a 10-yard push, got him down, clean play. And for Davidson, you're saying, hey, they're not even touching me in that scenario. So another gain there, even though a short one, makes the play calling a little, just that much easier on second down.
2nd and 5 from the 38. Acadia trying to reply after that O'Brien touchdown. Here's Cody Cluett to McMinns, and McMinns still on his feet. And McMinns to about the 28-yard line, a big play. Cody Cluett hooking up with his number 1 receiver.
Well, this is remarkable as Mintz comes across the field. Watch, there's 6 white jerseys in there. He's just the only guy in the seam, and they pick it out so nicely. And watch McMinns dance this one on the sideline. He's like, hey, I'm still on it.
And that was Legale. He missed him the first time on the tackle and then got him around the ankles to bring him down. But, boy, he is a tough guy to bring down.
There's 3 guys bid on the mid-range of the field. They thought Cody was going to dump it off there.
And back to the live action. That is Cordell Hastings. He's short of another first down.
But again, when it's 2nd and short like that, you know, they're thinking they only need 5-10 yards to move the chains, so they bite on that in the middle of the defense. That opens up McMinns. Now what do? Go short pass to Hastings. Get 7. You're approaching the 20-yard line. The rhythm of Acadia's offense starting to show here.
So 2nd and 4 from the 25. Davidson has a first down.
Brad Vince again in there, goes low, lays a nice block. They like to bring him right on the end of that line. And it just gave enough Davidson chance to scamper, even though he lost his footing some, to get across the line for the first down.
So Brandon McDonald has come in here to give Davidson a much-needed rest. Still no sign of Dale Wright. So 1st and 10 from the 19. Here's McDonald, and he's wrapped up, and guess who? It's Caesar.
Coach Cummins frustrated on the sidelines that time because they brought Vince across the line of scrimmage. I thought it was to pick up that blocker to run the inside route there on the line for Brandon McDonald, but they let Vince just go across, almost like he's supposed to pull it back and dump it off to McDonald. Or to Vince, excuse me, as McDonald got the carry and he paid for it as the big fella landed on top.
Caesar came in there, didn't even get touched. 2nd and 10 from the 19. Cluett. And that was out of the reach of McDonald. Little miscommunication between Cluett and McDonald on that pass. And there you see Cody Cluett rips that
Well, he's acting like he's frustrated with his receiver there, but he looks at Vince in the slot, spins himself around, and then just launches that one. There's no scenario where you're going to be able to pick out a guy in that tight quarters with 4 or 5 bodies around and be on point. You got to take that extra half second. It's not like he was about to take a sack either. That's just, again, operating too fast in the pocket for 17.
I was just about to say he ripped that chin
guard
off, the chin strap off, and that's usually a sign the quarterback is a little ticked off. Here's a field goal attempt from Sumyor, and it is good. So Acadia creeping back to within 4 now.
Yeah, and all that being said, Acadia's execution has been fairly good. A couple of things, brings up second down. Okay, you take the field goal. 10-6. You're starting to get your rhythm now. The thing is for Acadia, when do you choose to really open it up? You got to know that after this long, you've worked on a few plays where St. Mary's hasn't seen before, that you're going to open something up you've never done. You might want to save it for the crunch in the second half. But St. Mary's just going to pick it right up on the 35. They don't even want the kick.
Here's Caleb Scott going deep. It's picked off. That was easy for Cius. That was easy, too easy.
Well, again, Scott knew who he wanted to target. He looked right down the field towards Jack, and he launched it. Watch this. No confusion about what he's going to do. Steps back here, turns. He knew the whole time he wanted to go to Archelius Scott, but Cius with another one. Let's watch here. Right in the slot. Cius steps back. He spies the quarterback the whole time, breaking a little bit late out on the route as well for Jack. You see he's behind that one. He didn't exactly bust out. I'm not sure why he didn't do it that time. The quarterback expected him 5 or 10 yards deeper downfield.
Garvin Cius, 3 interceptions on the season, and he picks up a big one here for Acadia. So now they go back on offense. Here's Cluett. He wants to go deep and just out of the reach of Hastings. Maybe a little push off there by Hastings.
Well, I'm not sure if it's a push off for Hastings or if Smith had a hold of him out there. It looked like Hastings got broke off stride just a touch. Watching it live, we'll see what the replay says. It's a late flag from the official in the center of the field. They're talking to St. Mary's, so it looks like it is going to be against Hastings. Good eye, Peter.
So both quarterbacks trying to go deep and force the issue.
Well, Acadia's kind of thinking like I do. You get that chance. When do you pick it to kind of go deep and catch them off balance? Interception by CS. Let's take a crack right now. Let's try to bust this thing open. Unfortunately, that time didn't work out with Hastings and Cluett.
So that'll bring up first in Saskatchewan, first and 25 here. They get it out wide. And that's McMinns with the reception as they gain a few more yards here.
Well, Vince again goes for that low block, upends one man, but Antoine Light-Myers kept the speed up nicely to pick it up as the second man in.
Some pretty good corners in this game. Light-Myers, and you saw that interception by Garvin Cius, and head coach Jeff Cummins says of Cius, best tackler he's had since coming to Acadia, and that's pretty heady praise.
Yeah, that's saying something with the guys they've had through here.
And now McMinns, he wants to throw the ball to Hastings, and that play didn't materialize. They were trying to fool that secondary of St. Mary's, and they weren't having any of it.
No, McMinn's fortunate this one's not picked off. He throws that one off of 1 foot kind of across his body. That looked anything but comfortable. Fortunately, he put it in an area where no Huskies defenders were. There's 3 of them down there. Light-Myers was draped all over Hastings.
Another thing that Coach Coles, he told me, you don't know what to expect from Coach Cummins, and there's a prime example of it. He'll bring out a trick that you go,
yes, sir.
There's no way that Jeff Cummins would do something like that, and he does, and he can fool you at times.
So that was the drive. They went for it.
Here's Johnny King, dances his way, trying to get to midfield. Johnny King to the outside here, and that's a solid return from Johnny King, his first big return of the day.
And here's the danger. So you go deep with Cluett. DeAndre Smith, great coverage, forces interference, 15 yards back. You go for a trick play with McMinns, incomplete, doesn't look good. You kick it down to Johnny King, he gets it back 10 yards shy of the original line of scrimmage, and you're in trouble again. So St. Mary's avoids the turnover, points on the board for Acadia, and now they're back across midfield.
Play action. O'Brien, flag on the play here as O'Brien, he has a first down. He gets thrown hard out of bounds by Jennings and company. Feltmate was there as well. We'll see what the flag is all about.
Well, watch Archelius Jack here, number 8. He's the inside blocker. See, he kind of has a hold of the jersey there from behind, number 7 for the Axemen. Great stiff arm from O'Brien. But Brett Switzer bounced out there.
So penalty against St. Mary's here.
You got to know when you're in back of that receiver, you see the back numbers, you got to have hands off. Jack that time had enough where he spun him, enough for the referee to throw the flag. So costly penalty for the Huskies, and that's nothing new, as we've been saying that all afternoon so far.
1st and 20 for St. Mary's here at the 49, and Caleb Scott in trouble, and somehow he might have got a yard on that play. I don't know how he did it.
Adam Watson came downhill like a freight train. You see number 55 in there. He's a big man, but he's got wheels. He just shed the inside guy on the line there. Petrovic couldn't do anything with him at all. Not sure how he got loose. You're right, Scott, with some footwork moves.
I'm getting the sense that upper body injury is not a factor. He's taken a couple of big hits, and he seems to be okay.
He's looked good.
2nd and 18 from the 50-yard line for St. Mary's. They lead this one 10-6. 3:52 remaining in the second quarter. And here's Caleb Scott. He's got a first down, I'm thinking. We'll see where they spot it.
Wow, Nettle had to come back a long ways to tackle him for the Axemen. Play action once again burns them. They all bite inside. You see O'Brien, they thought he was getting the carry. Everyone's looking at him. Meanwhile, Scott's gone on this side. Nettle has to take 5-6 big strides, come across, and he's too late.
So it is a first down for St. Mary's. Scott, here comes some pressure. A screen to Jack. And Jack's still on his feet, and then he gets tackled by Nettle.
You see Nettle, he's just pounding the turf. He thought he had a free shot on Achilles Jack, but he avoided it and then did some nice second work to get even more yards after catch, back-to-back first downs. Watch Jack, avoids the strip nicely, comes to the outside, just that extra yard and a half, all you need. He knew field position exactly.
Here's Scott to throw it, and there's a reception by Mackenzie Scott. So everybody getting involved offensively here for St. Mary's.
And Acadia starting to gamble. Nettle came up for the big hit. Jack got a first down. That time they try to knock down the pass instead of just letting catch and tackle. Gives yards after catch, another first down. So gamble's not working out for the Axemen, and they're in the danger zone.
1st and 10 from the 12. Scott again. This time O'Brien, and O'Brien stopped up at around the 1. So Liam O'Brien has played a major role in the offense here in this first half.
Well, I'm not sure how he didn't get in there. That was some nice strength by the Axemen to kind of dig their heels in at the goal line. But you're right, O'Brien has been absolutely sure in everything he's done. Getting some love there from his big old lineman, Tyler Warren.
So late in this first half, St. Mary's looking to add to their lead. And St. Mary's, they're in for a touchdown. And the Huskies, they're bringing it on here.
Well, that was that package they thought about going for second down earlier with O'Brien under center with Mantula in the backfield. They just pounded that one forward. One of the old linemen is down in there at the line of scrimmage, you see in front of our head official. But that's sacrificing yourself, and all of a sudden you're up 10 points here on the road. St. Mary's Huskies have come to play.
Here you see touchdown there by Liam O'Brien.
And he kind of waited an extra second there. You see the pile, everyone else was down, and O'Brien said, oh, I'm just going to scoot in over the top. Nice to see him get up there, Petrovic.
Now, if I'm Coach Cummins, I mean, what has to be the reply here? What do they need to do to get themselves back in? And only down by 10. Lots of football left to be played.
Yeah, I think, it's been a heavyweight fight. You want to look at it. Both teams have thrown some big bombs. Like Acadia's gone for it. They've been, anything but conservative, which I think you got to do in your home field. You got to go for it on Championship Sunday. Well, whatever day it is now, Championship Tuesday.
Championship Tuesday, yeah.
But, St. Mary's has just weathered these blows. They've executed a few more plays than the Axemen. The Axemen defense, they haven't been getting rolled over by any stretch. Couple interceptions, they've been physical. The Huskies really have just been an excellent opponent and put 16, maybe 17 points up on the board here. But stay with what works, and eventually, if you can start executing, Acadia will be still here in this ballgame.
Extra point is good from Hope. And that'll make it 17-6, 2:47 remaining in the second quarter. So this St. Mary's team, all kinds of controversy surrounding it. And they have come out here and they've made a statement as they lead 17-6 in this one.
And I think that's a credit to Coach Colsey and the staff. It's hard to isolate your players from all the media attention, from all the negative social media. Everyone on Twitter says they're cheering for the Axemen from all the other schools. That's hard. That's hard for a team to come out here and say, I'm going to play through all of that. And the St. Mary's Huskies have done it. They've come out here just like any other game. It could be a Saturday in early October. You wouldn't know it. And they're getting it done here on Raymond Field.
I talked to Coach Colsey. I mean, he said that, all this controversy that came up a couple of weeks ago before the semifinal game against St. FX, he goes, it did affect us in the first couple of quarters. We got in the locker room, rejigged the game plan, and they came out looking like the St. Mary's team we had seen earlier this season. Here's McMinns, and McMinns gets thrown down hard. Just out over the 30-yard line.
That's a second hard hit Raphael Muntu's put on McMinns and special teams for the Huskies. But no, that's absolutely it. It was a half of football for them. Fortunately for them, they were able to regroup after that, and they've never looked back since. That would bury a lesser group of mentally skilled kind of warriors, but these guys have dug in, and a lot of veterans around now. It's a second year for Colsey, but some guys who have been in the AUS for longer than that, and they've really pulled this train along.
Here's Acadia now. Cam Davidson still in there at running back, and Davidson gets bottled up. Might have got about 5 yards on that run there from Davidson.
Well, he wanted to come to the outside, but Jermaine Love, big 30, we talked about him earlier, he just held his ground. Davidson turned the corner, and he said, Love, Brad Vince, you're not going to block me as a receiver. Backed him right up. Davidson had to turn back, and then that was only a 5-yard game as opposed to 10.
2nd and 5 from the 39. Here's Davidson again, and he'll come up short of that first down.
Herbst comes in with the help on the back side of it, 42, to back that up again short. So quick 2 plays for Acadia, and you're thinking to yourself, I'd love to have a score here before halftime. You see Herbst come in just to make sure at the end. He was all sorts of wrapped up by Agbozo, 47. And looks like Acadia is going to punt it. I think this is a smart play. Don't get too greedy with the ease St. Mary's moving the ball right now. Back them up, make them earn it here with 2:30 to go.
Yeah, 3rd and 1. Yeah, you don't want to take any chances right here. I mean, there's plenty of football. You don't need to force the issue. And Jennings will punt it away. Johnny King back at his 30. Nice punt by Jennings. Johnny King's got to go back for, and that's going to go out of bounds inside the 10.
And that's another reason you do it. You have a leg as strong as Brandon Jennings. He busts that over the head of King, who horribly misjudged how far that one was going to go, and ends up pinned in directly on the 10-yard line there. So that's excellent call from the coaching staff. Excellent execution by Brandon Jennings.
Nice punt by Jennings. And St. Mary's, they'll start out on their 10-yard line. 2:12 remaining in the second quarter. A 17-6 lead for the St. Mary's Huskies in this Loney Bowl. Caleb Scott Get another play action, and Scott gets taken down. And that's number 75. That's Bagnall.
Bagnall shot in off the end. You don't get to see it here, but he makes a nice swim, gets through. Scott turned around there. The inside comes in for Acadia. Brady Switzer forced him up in the pocket, and that gave Bagnall the chance to make his move to shed his blocker. Nice teamwork there.
Big sack there by Bagnall, and a timeout called.
So Acadia going to take this timeout just to be sure. Not sure if there's a substitution issue here as well that they're looking to get with 2:04, but the defensive line with his first couple of touches on Caleb Scott. We'll see if that speeds up his thought process. He's already thrown away a couple of balls, so that's going to be important here for Acadia. Nice look at Shad McLaughlin talking with Brandon Jennings there. Shad's been with this program for so long. His stamp all over this defense.
You take a look at some of the guys on this defense. You got solid players like Jennings. Bailey Felt made his first year. Nettle, last game that these two teams played against each other, the last regular season game for Acadia, Nettles, he played out of his mind. He had a sack, he had an interception, had 4 tackles in the game. So they've got some real reliable, solid players on defense for the Axemen.
And some guys that are willing to go for it. They're not afraid of the moment. You know, physicality is one thing, but it's doing it within the defensive scheme, and they get it done.
Scott down the middle looking for Lemoynian, and Lemoynian gets nailed. And a flag on the play.
Well, I'll tell you, that's an incredibly poor decision to tackle Lemoynian like that. First of all, that ball's up for grabs. I'm not sure anybody wasn't laying out to pick that up. And then Lemoynian defenseless, that ball 5 yards past him and you lay him out. Man, everyone in the place, you might hear some people disagree, but in your heart of hearts, you got to know that's a penalty. We'll see if it was perhaps a little closer than we thought on replay, but.
Yeah, so they went for the big hit, but the ball, like you say, was up for grabs.
And just no need. Just no need, really. It's not like it was almost going to be a catch. You're trying to break it up. You're doing that just to make a statement. And Rick Lemoyne is not going to be intimidated, I'll guarantee you that. Been around too long.
Yeah, he's not scared to go in the middle, that's for sure, number 7. There's a hand. He makes a great grab. And then gets tackled at around the 30, and now some pushing and shoving. Hans has got to be careful here. It looked like he took a kick at somebody.
Yeah, he was kind of wrapped up underneath. Feltmate was talking to him. And it did look like his cleat kind of came up there. That's dangerous.
And this is, I hate to sound like a broken record, but with St. Mary's, they got to be able to keep their cool. They get big plays, and then it gets turned back because of an undisciplined penalty.
Well, we'll take a look. I think first they're trying to figure out what the spot is, because this would have taken place after the completion.
And Jennings is motioning that to his sideline, and it's against St. Mary's. We'll get the official word here in just a second.
Well, again, you talk about momentum. So Acadia makes an undisciplined hit. They take the major foul. Boom, you come up. You get a nice catch by your hands, and this should be a great play. Instead, you let Feltmate get under your skin.
Exactly.
And hands, it takes a penalty, and then it's just right back momentum Acadia. It's the sort of thing where we mentioned in the heavyweight fight, kind of comparison of the two, but it's when you're blow for blow and you're constantly going backwards like St. Mary's, eventually the knockout punch is coming.
So 2nd and 15 from the 22 for the Huskies. Caleb Scott has looked solid so far in this first half. Scott trying to get outside that pocket, and Scott, loose ball! And St. Mary's, they've got it back again, but we got a flag on the play. So Caleb Scott had that ball jarred out of his hands.
He's lucky Drayden Furjo has some sure hands, 66, because this one comes out again. Switzer flushes him out, and he tries to throw that one. Scott, that's an incredibly dangerous decision there. Ends up in the hands of Furjo. Bagnall is not going to let him go here. Watch this. He tries to flick it. I'm not sure if he's trying to flick it to Furjo or not. But the big man with some sure hands, and The flag was against the Huskies as well, so it's going to back it up 3rd down and extremely long on their 10-yard line.
A couple of nice big plays from Bagnall here in the dying seconds of this first half.
So they've proven now that Scott can be rattled in there. He's thinking about every snap now. It's not the easy, comfortable offense that the Huskies were executing over the first 25 minutes or so.
Scott this season, 9 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. And they'll concede the points here as that's Hope takes it out of the end zone. And obviously a smart play there by St. Mary's. Concede the points, give up the 2. You do not want to be given Acadia excellent field position here.
So again, credit the special teams and Brandon Jennings and the defense. They kick it down to the 10. You know, you give up a play, kind of undisciplined penalty, shake that off, keep the heat on St. Mary's. Now you've gained 2 points out of it. So that's a smart play. It's not a field goal you got towards the end of the half, but it is indeed points. And now you're looking to get the football back. So you're saying, hey, this is starting to work out in our favor here. We're playing disciplined home field football. If you're the Huskies, meanwhile, I think you're just looking to get into the locker room at this stage. You're thinking, hey, we came out, we put up 17 points, we've made a statement, and we just need to hit the reset button here, kind of warm up a little bit, look at what Acadia's doing, how can they get the offense back in order.
And this St. Mary's team, I mean, their best quarter so far this season, off the top of my head, I'm thinking it's the 3rd and 4th quarter. They've struggled a lot, gotten out of the gate very slow. A little bit better here today, but 3rd and 4th quarters, that's goal time for that St. Mary's team. So we'll see what happens here. We still though have a minute 25 remaining in this second quarter.
Well, they're trying to sort out a few clock issues here. That's what the official is over by the scorer's bench trying to sort out. But you're right, and that's why it's so important for Acadia to kind of get as much points as they can here before the half ends, because St. Mary's, they are going to come at you. But make no mistake, Coach Cummins knows what we're talking about too, and they're going to come out and try to make a statement to begin the 3rd quarter of their own. Meanwhile, things have crawled to a standstill here trying to get this thing administrated.
Been all kinds of penalties here in this first half. And we have not seen Dale Wright for quite some time now.
And that's a big question mark. You're thinking to yourself as Acadia, are we going to try to rehash our whole offense or what?
Comes to McMinns. McMinns to the 40. Here's Eugene McMinns, and he goes out of bounds at midfield. So nice solid return by the former Holland College player.
Well, the shorter kick kind of came down end over end. McMinns and the blockers could get a head of steam up the field. He had one man to beat. He beat him and got that directly to midfield now on the spot.
So minute 19 left. And Cody Cluett needs a couple of quick plays here. Try to get the team at least into field goal range. Davidson in the backfield once again. Swings it out wide, and that was Light Myers with a nice tackle as he brought down Ryder.
He's fired up about this, Peter, and he should be. They thought they had a nice seal. Light Myers said, no, thank you. Busted out of that, laid the hit. That's a statement play there for Light Myers. He's had an excellent first half of play.
Second and 6. Play action. That ball batted down, and that's Jadarius Caesar.
Well, look at the height of Caesar out there. You know, size, but he's got height and speed to go with it. Just knocks that down with ease, and if he didn't get it, Cluett was in danger of taking a pop as well.
DeAndre Smith, Jadarius, 2 guys, every time they line up against you, you got to know where they are.
And it makes life a little easier for skilled players like Light Myers. You know, they're attracting so much attention. If you're Anton Light Myers, you're normally the #1 guy, and you're saying, hey, I'll take some of this, and attacking the second and third options.
Jennings with the punt. Another booming punt from Jennings. Johnny King, I don't know how he grabbed that. Here's Johnny King. Gets to about the 25. Is that ball loose? It is loose! And they're saying it's Acadia football.
Wow.
Big play on special teams for the Axemen.
Well, Johnny King again playing with fire down there. He makes a great catch at the goal line. Don't get me wrong, but again, don't force the issue here. You're down there at the strip beautifully. Look at Melanson. He's a lineman normally. He's down there in coverage. Feltmate's in there. Their main defensive players are playing special teams. This is what happens. Watch, breaks it in here in the middle. Melanson.
Looked like he ran into his own player there.
Yeah, a little bit like that. Feltmate tracked back. I think he's the man who got the strip. We'll see if number 5 comes in and gets him. He does indeed. Look, he runs into his own man there. Mantuila Fitzpatrick, number 54, is back there for St. Mary's on his heels. Special teams again gets it done for the Axemen.
Acadia just added 2 points. Let's see if they can get a major. Here's Davidson. Goes to his left. He's in trouble, though. And he gets hog-tied and sent to the pitch by Light Myers.
And that's where inexperience comes into play. You see Abdallah out there, number 12. He had that sealed on the edge. And instead of just taking your medicine, taking maybe a yard or two, loss or dive to the original line of scrimmage, Davison turns that back. Fortunate to hang on to the football as Light Myers hit him hard as well.
At 65, Ollie Grant, I think he motioned to the official that he's eligible as a receiver. 20 seconds remaining, 2nd and 12. Cluett back, all kinds of time. Double coverage, and there was no way that ball was getting to Cordell Hastings.
Well, St. Mary's knows Cordell Hastings is the number 1 option, so they send 2 bodies at him. If you're Cody Cluett, just don't throw it there. Try to make another guy let it play. One-on-one, there's 2 receivers towards the middle of the field that at, very least throw it towards the back, make it a jump ball. Instead, that was, in danger of potentially being a pick into double coverage. So decision-making by Cluett here in the second quarter, maybe not up to his normal excellent standards.
So Muir will come in. Looking for a field goal. That would get Acadia to within 6. And it's good. So Samuel puts up the tray, and with 9.7 seconds remaining, it's 17-11. So not the major that Acadia wanted. They're going to take the points, though. We'll be happy with that.
Well, they're almost there, with less than 2 minutes to go. We're saying, hey, just take your medicine, punt it down there, hold St. Mary's, and get into the half. Instead, they've had 2 excellent punts. They got 2 points off the first one. They got a field goal off this second coverage punt return. So the first kind of points off turnovers Acadia's got here off of St. Mary's today. And that 5 points, it's not 7, but it's almost. And all of a sudden, it's a 6-point game. A touchdown ties this thing up. Extra point takes the lead. So Acadia feels really good about how this is ended. And it hasn't all been under center of their offense as well.
They haven't played in about a month. The fact that it's a home game here, how much does that alter things and swing things in the favor of Acadia maybe a little bit, even though you haven't seen game action? I
think it go a little bit 2 ways. You're on this field for almost a month. It might have been a blessing, and you never want to play on the road, don't get me wrong, but just a different locker room, different field, something to spark your interest and say, I'm not going through the motions again like I have been for 4 weeks. All that being said, you've been home resting your training staff, your rest, your physio guys, everything that's going to make you feel comfortable. You woke up today knowing St. Mary's has to come to you under difficult circumstances, and really, that's about, 11 points is not a lot, but they've taken the most serious blows St. Mary's could throw at them. They've held their ground. Defensive special teams have been right there all afternoon long. If Cody Cluett and company can get this sorted out and get a couple of these big plays connected, they're going to be off to the races. But that second half is looming. Caleb Scott loves crunch time. We'll see what the second half has in store. It's going to be fun.
So we're at the break. St. Mary's Huskies, they lead this one 17-11 over Acadia in the Loney Bowl. We'll take a break. We'll come back in about 14 minutes' time with second half action as we continue our coverage of the Loney Bowl on TV1, powered by Bell Alliant.
refinedly and non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes like beer. Introducing Budweiser Prohibition Brew.
With the help of fans like you, Purelator and the CFL have delivered millions of pounds of food to those less fortunate. Yet, there's a need for so much more. Because this is how much food it takes to feed the hungry in Canada. For just one day. Visit PurelatorTackleHunger.com to learn more. Together, tackling hunger is a promise we can all deliver.
Introducing the all-new Grilled Wraps, the first Subway sandwich you can eat with one hand. Leaving your other hand free to call a taxi.
Taxi?
Call a bartender.
Beer?
Or call a play.
Play?
Subway's new Grilled Wraps, garnished with tender rotisserie-style seasoned chicken, rolled in a savory tortilla and grilled for a perfect combination of melty and crunchy. Try our Chicken and Bacon Ranch, BLT, and Chicken Caesar today.
What a pleasure it is to be joined on Inside AUS by the iconic coach of Canadian University basketball, Coach Steve Konchalski. And Coach, first of all, entering your 43rd year here at St. FX with the Axemen, how hard is it to believe that 43 years have passed?
Well, I guess it is a while, but you know, I love what I do. I take every year one at a time, and here I am. I never would have thought I'd be here for 43 years, but at the same time, I'm excited about every season, and this one in particular, I'm very excited about.
Now we're going to get to talking about the revamped gymnasium here at St. FX, of course, being named the Coach K Court in your honor. We'll talk about that a little more in just a few minutes. But let's go back to Coach Konchalski when you were just a little kid. You're from New York originally. Maybe just a little bit about where you were from and what it was like growing up there in New York.
Well, I grew up in Queens, New York, which is a suburb, but it's part of the city, of course. But, when I grew up there were some empty lots on the corner where you could play, play baseball, a pickup game, or whatever. So it wasn't quite the, the metropolis that it is now. But I got turned on to basketball when I as a 13-year-old, when I entered Archbishop Malloy High School, and the previous year, for me, before I came there, they had won the National Catholic High School Championship, and they were riding a 48-game winning streak.
Wow.
And, I was kind of a pudgy 13-year-old freshman, and I walked into that gym one night for the first game of the season, and it just blew me away, and in a lot of ways changed my life. It turned me on to the game of basketball, and I was bound and determined, although I had a long way to go. At that time, I was bound and determined I wanted to be a basketball player, and ultimately, obviously came into the coaching profession.
When you were a kid, certain things just have an impact on you. You said that moment kind of changed. Like, what was it about going into that gym in that moment that kind of really hit you as a kid?
Well, just the whole glamour and the spotlight and the excitement of the game. My dad was a very good amateur, semi-pro baseball player who never went on past there. He had a tryout with the New York Giants, but he had to leave. He had to leave school when he was in grade 9 to help support his family when his father passed away. So he never got to pursue that. But he basically passed on the love of the game, love of sport. Right. To me and my brother Tom, who is a renowned, high school scout, actually still active in the New York City area.
Now let's talk about this beautiful gymnasium that we're in. I've been coming to the basketball gym here at St. FX University for upwards of about 17 years. And you and I had a chance. You brought me into the gym earlier. It was my first time seeing the renovations, and my jaw hit the floor. My eyes went wide. It's beautiful. It's got incredible lighting. The seats are on top of the fans, and on the floor, it's the Coach K Court. What does all this mean to you?
Well, first of all, the first time I brought the team onto this floor, I told them, I said, from my perspective, I'm coaching in Madison Square Garden. Relatively speaking to the gyms that we have, across the country in the Olin Center, which was a great iconic gym in its own right prior to this renovation, but this has just made it something really special. And I can't think of a greater honor than to have my name on this floor. I try to not think about it too much, but given the fact that I've put so much time into this gym, it's my second home. All the practices and basketball camps and physical education classes and individual workouts that I've put into this gym. That's why it's really special to have my name on the court.
Well, you are certainly deserving of having the name on the court, and it's pretty neat to be able to see the Coach K court right here on the floor. Before we talk about this year's edition, we're just about ready to wrap up with you here, Coach. We appreciate your time. But you do spend so much time in this gym around your players, around national team players, doing camps in the summertime. This really is like your second home, but what's kind of a night at home like for Coach K? Like when you leave the gym, how do you go home and how do you unwind?
Well, I go home and sit down and have a cup of tea or maybe some other kind of beverage, and do the crossword. I love doing the crossword puzzle. That kind of gets my mind away from basketball for 20 minutes anyway. And after I eat, I sit back and I'm a sports fan. I watch the NBA, I watch the baseball playoffs, and make a few recruiting calls because it's a never-ending process to keep players, especially this year when we're graduating 6 players off this team.
Right.
It's a big recruiting year. So, I try to take that time to relax and get away. I think you have to have that time. You have to have an outlet. If the stress of this job, as is the case with most jobs, you have to have an outlet. And I use my time at home with my family as that. I like to walk. I like to read. And I think you have to have those things to try to keep a balance in your life.
And for anybody out there that's on social media, Coach K is now on Twitter, so you can follow him on Twitter, right, Coach?
Exactly. Not Facebook. I'm not on Facebook yet, but I'm not doing that. But
not ready for Facebook, but Twitter's good.
Twitter's good.
So we can tweet at you.
You can.
Final thing for you, the 2017-2018 edition of the Santa Fe Axemen. You talked about having all those graduating players, but what can fans of the team expect? Well,
this is a veteran team. We have 4 fifth-year starters. Back that we've been through, some ups and downs over the last 4 or 5 years, and this is a year I think that my expectations are high. I think the players' our expectations for themselves are high. This gymnasium in itself should be motivational. I think our home court advantage should be greater than ever, but we still have to play basketball between the lines, and I'm looking forward to an exciting year, and I really think we're going to be in the mix for an AUS, to fight it out for an AUS championship.
Well, if what we see from Santa Fe is any indication year after year, I'm sure that'll be the case. And as I'm standing here talking to you, I've thought of one more little one that I'm going to squeeze in at the end here. You deal with so many players, so many personalities through the course of your career. If you could have your players think one thing about you once they're long gone from Santa Fe, what would you like them to look back and think about when they think about their time with Coach K?
That I cared about them and I was loyal to them.
I'd say that's a pretty good way to end the interview. Coach Konchalski, congratulations on 43 years, and we hope for many more. And again, a wonderful moment seeing the Coach K court here with you, and we wish you continued success.
Thank you, Scott.
Our country on our shoulders, an arena ready to erupt, and that's cool with me.
New Gatorade Frost, play cool. Le tout nouveau rap grillé steak et bacon sauce sud-ouest. Un autre Subway qui se mange d'une seule main. Du steak assaisonné, du savoureux bacon, une touche de sauce sud-ouest, le tout enroulé dans une délicieuse tortilla et grillé à la perfection. Le nouveau rap grillé steak et bacon sauce sud-ouest, seulement chez Subway.
Subway's new rotisserie-style chicken Caesar sandwich is available 3 ways, so you can enjoy it with your coworkers. Or Brad from the gym. Look at that form. Or you can even enjoy it with your girlfriend. Not today, Becky. Handcrafted with savory Caesar sauce and tender rotisserie-style seasoned chicken. Available as a grilled wrap, panini, or on Italian bread. Subway's new rotisserie-style chicken Caesar. Also available on 6-inch gluten-free bread. It's the sandwich for everyone. Especially you, handsome.
A country on our shoulders, an arena ready to erupt. And that's cool with me.
New Gatorade Frost. Play cool. If you like this, you'll like this too. Introducing Budweiser Prohibition Brew. The first non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes like beer.
Subway's new rotisserie-style chicken Caesar sandwich is available 3 ways so you can enjoy it with your coworkers. Or Brad from the gym. Look at that form. Or you can even enjoy it with your girlfriend. Not today, Becky. Handcrafted with savory Caesar sauce and tender rotisserie-style seasoned chicken. Available as a grilled wrap, panini, or on Italian bread. Subway's new rotisserie-style chicken Caesar. Also available on 6-inch gluten-free bread. It's the sandwich for everyone. Especially you, handsome.
With the help of fans like you, Purelator and the CFL have delivered millions of pounds of food to those less fortunate. Yet, there's a need for so much more. Because this is how much food it takes to feed the hungry in Canada. For just one day. Visit PurelatorTackleHunger.com to learn more. Together, tackling hunger is a promise we can all deliver.
Introducing the all-new grilled wraps, the first Subway sandwich you can eat with one hand. Leaving your other hand free to call a taxi.
Taxi?
Call a bartender.
Beer?
Or call a play.
Play?
Subway's new grilled wraps, garnished with tender rotisserie-style seasoned chicken, rolled in a savory tortilla and grilled for a perfect combination of melty and crunchy. Try our chicken and bacon ranch, BLT, and chicken Caesar today. Subway's new rotisserie-style chicken Caesar sandwich is available 3 ways so you can enjoy it with your coworkers. Or Brad from the gym. Look at that form. Or you can even enjoy it with your girlfriend. Not today, Becky. Handcrafted with savory Caesar sauce and tender rotisserie-style seasoned chicken. Available as a grilled wrap, panini, or on Italian bread. Subway's new rotisserie-style chicken Caesar. Also available on 6-inch gluten-free bread. It's the sandwich for everyone. Especially you, handsome.
Le tout nouveau rap grillé steak et bacon sauce sud-ouest. Un autre Subway qui se mange d'une seule main. Ce qui vous laisse une main de libre pour lancer un boomerang, lancer des dés ou lancer des coffres. Oh, direct d'en face. Le nouveau rap grillé steak et bacon sauce sud-ouest, Subway.
If you like this, you'll like this too. Introducing Budweiser Prohibition Brew. The first non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes like beer.
There's nothing faster than light. Fiber optic uses light to deliver the internet. It's the fastest internet technology. So you can share, learn, stream, or do whatever you want at the speed of light. And only Bell brings fiber optic internet right to your home.
If you like this, you'll like this too. Introducing Budweiser Prohibition Brew. The first non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes like beer.
Welcome back, everybody. Peter Ruckgazer alongside Adam Detchamp as we get ready for second half action here, the 2017 Loney Bowl on TV1. A 17-11 lead for St. Mary's. And St. Mary's, Adam, they got kind of lucky there late in that second half because Acadia, they had an opportunity tack on a major, but they're still in this football game.
Well, Acadia most certainly is. They get 5 points in the last, $1:45 of the quarter. Kind of sets them up here down 6. They knew they were getting this football back to start the second half. The big question is, Acadia ran the ball for 110 yards in the first half with a combination of Wright, Davidson, and McDonald had a couple carries. But the question is, if no Wright, do they have to go to the air more? We'll see what that answer is coming up.
So we're underway here, second half action. As that was number 7, Brett Switzer brought that down, got a few yards.
Don't get me wrong, Peter, Cam Davidson was a very ample replacement for Dale Wright. He had 8 carries, 52 yards. So, like you said, he's following his, gaps where he's supposed to hit. He knows this line is very disciplined. They're going to execute. But we'll see if they stick with him as no Wright to begin this half.
There's Cam Davidson in there, so whatever is ailing Wright, it's enough for him to be out the beginning of this second half.
Man, what a way to start the half. Brad Vince has to wait for that ball, and then DeAndre Smith lays a crunch to him right away. That is not the way you want to start if you're Brad Vince.
And he is being looked at that sideline, far sideline, as DeAndre Smith. Smith, Caesar, Abdallah, so many weapons on that defense. Light Myers on the corner.
Some of these guys are absolute crushers. They're going to come down on you hard enough when they're getting off a block or trying to run through a pattern or something like that to catch you. But when it's just a straight line like that for DeAndre Smith, man, you're dealing with fire.
Not to mention Herbst, one of the leading tacklers in this conference this season, as they continue to look at Brad Vince.
Well, Light Myers led the first half in tackles. He had 5 tackles overall. He was all over the field. His way to coverage, east to west that he's out there is just so quickly. And then when he has to turn in and lay that final hit to stop the forward pursuit, he does that with a lot of skill and a lot of heart.
And Brad Vince this season, he had 23 catches for 160 yards, 1 touchdown. This Acadia team, they came on down the stretch. They won 4 games in a row. They got some momentum. I remember a game here, Adam. They took on St. FX, and they just simply annihilated St. FX in the trenches. Their line play was just unbelievable. They were so aggressive, and St. FX did not have an answer. And that was the St. FX team that was trying to find themselves once again. They got to the semifinal, but very impressive outing by Acadia that afternoon here at Raymond Field.
Well, it helps when you control the line of scrimmage. We just saw Jadarius Caesar and those guys come off the field. They're trying with all their might to get in that backfield on the running backs, to get in on Cody Cluett. He had a very good first half of his own. We talked about some of his decision-making wasn't great down towards the tail end of the half, but he was 10 of 16 overall, 118 yards. He kind of came out a lot more disciplined than he finished, but let's hope that continues here now as they pick things up for the third quarter. So he's going to have a little more on his plate. We mentioned that, but this Acadia team is deeper than it's ever been we've seen in years.
And they're healthy, even though we're seeing Brad Vince being looked at. And there you see, we talked about the play of the corners, and we just saw that stat a second ago. Yeah, Jaden White was 6 interceptions. Light Myers, one of the leading ball hawks in this conference. And there you see the air-to-ground game. The pass defense for St. Mary's just been simply immaculate. They're 189.8 yards per game that they've given up in the air. So,
well, credit to the Axemen. If they're holding teams to 189 for the whole game, in one half Acadia has 116.
Exactly.
So they're already ahead of the curve on that for sure. As opposed to the rush defense, well, that was something we knew Acadia was going to try to take advantage of more so in the Huskies. But we'll see what the balance is here to start the second half as Cluett's finally back into the huddle. We'll see what the update is on Vince here from the sideline.
Taking a look from our vantage point, and he's being taken over to the training table, and he was walking pretty gingerly. So 2nd and 8 from the 42 for Acadia. They pitch it out, and that's Mullally, and it went through his hands. And now the kicking unit will come out here for Acadia.
Well, they had a couple blockers out there. Ryder, and I think that was Davidson, popped out to the outside. They had set up nicely to create that wedge, just couldn't connect with the pass.
And is it me, or has this wind picked up a little bit more here at Raymond Field?
Well, it seems like every 10 minutes it gets worse for whatever reason. And they're faking it.
Fake punt. There's Davidson. He's got the first down and more. Davidson still on his feet inside the 20-yard line, or excuse me, inside the 30-yard line. So again, Coach Cummins pulling out another trick.
You said it, Peter. You know, they're just waiting on it. Coach Colsey was waiting on it, and here it is. Boom. They're not going to ease into the third quarter. Forget that, say the Axemen. Cam Davison, direct snap, turns on the Jets. And he had so much daylight out there where he just picked the perfect side to line up. And watch this. He just hits that to the outside. No one's going to catch him. Nice discipline there by Recker, number 54, not to throw that block in the back of St. Mary's.
Wow, there was enough space there. He could have drove a Mack truck through there.
Just a perfect call at the right time. Had Huskies off balance.
This is McDonald trying to string it out, and there's Caesar there to make the tackle.
Panchisha with great pursuit from behind as well on that play, 44. But that's the biggest thing when you're going to make these calls. You're trying to look up, and I'm sure they've been seeing that kind of punt return set up for St. Mary's the whole game. They were waiting for their moment. They knew that left side was open, and they picked it out. So those guys up top sitting on the roof, they're colder than us, but they're also smarter than us too. That was a great call.
2nd and 11 from the 30.
I'll speak for myself. They're smarter than me.
Oh, no, I'm cold too. Trust me. Cluett drops back. Oh, in and out of the hands. That's McMinns.
McMinns ran a nice route there. That ball was on target from Cluett. Just one of those ones that if you come up with it, it'll be a nice catch.
So they couldn't capitalize on the fake punt. But they're in field goal position, and Samuel, we'll see if he can add 3. Scored a field goal late in that first half.
Well, this will be about a 37-yarder.
Wind to his back. High snap, it's up. And no, he misses it. Johnny King has it in the end zone. He wants to run it out. And King takes it out to the 1.
Well, that's on the snapper, Peter. You know, Rennick has to go to his right, pull that on his back shoulder and get that down. Sometimes that ball goes sideways. There you see 16. He's just saying, hey, sorry, man. You know, I tried to get that down as best I could. Samir very accurate. That in the middle of the field, plenty of leg. Just it's the little things. And that snap wasn't executed properly for Acadia.
Caleb Scott back at the controls. Handoff here to McClellan. And he is out over the 25-yard line. So his first carry, I believe, of the afternoon.
And we were waiting for McClanahan to get involved. He's been in 5 and 6 play action sort of things. So now the right side has to start thinking about him.
Play action. Here comes some pressure. And that's picked off. Nettle with the interception.
So you can see what the Huskies were thinking. Run McClanahan, try to go play action, dump him off in the middle, see if they were going to forget about him again. You see Nettle, watch Nettle, he's just keeping his eyes on it. He doesn't have the run. And this just took a long time to kind of operate too. Scott was almost unsure where he was going to go with that one. Sure hands, and there you see the fire from Nettle. Here's a better look at it. So they fake the handoff. They wait. Scott's looking to the outside. O'Brien was open out in the flat, chose to go here instead. There was some coverage there. Actually, wasn't so open. On the backside there, 19 for Acadia. Johnston, he could have jumped that pass. So Johnston caused him to go inside, which ended the Nettle pick. Team defense.
Swing it out for Mullally. Gets away initially from Light Myers, and Light Myers recovers. and tackles him just before getting to the 25-yard line.
Going to say this, though, Peter. Acadia's got to get a major here real soon out of some of these things. They're getting some defense, the third pick now for the Axemen. They're trying to get down. They only got a field goal off a turnover so far. Here's another look at it. So watch. He looks to the outside. He wants to go to O'Brien. He can't because Johnson would have run right through that gap at the top of your screen to go pick 6. Instead, they try to drop it in. He had to do something. One of those ones, maybe you just eat it as a quarterback.
Looked like he was going for Lemoynian. There's McDonald in there. So McDonald and Cam Davidson sharing the running back duties with Dale Wright out with some type of ailment.
So here we go. The Axemen move the chains. That's a crucial first down because eventually your confidence gets a little bit waning. We're getting it deep time after time after time, but no major score. So they don't get anything off of the fake punt. They miss the field goal, but the defense comes up huge again.
10:37 left in the third quarter. Plenty of time here. Cluett again to Mullally. Mullally tries to push it up the field, but there's a flag on the play. And I'm thinking it's going to be a flag against, yes, it's going to be against Acadia.
Yeah, Hastings just disposes of Light Myers. He gets a nice jump on the inside here. It'll be towards the bottom. See just the tail end of it here. Watch Hastings. He just tosses Light Myers down. Yeah, he sold it a little bit. He did sell it, but there was a whole sort of handful pull back, then throw down. He put himself in that position. Hastings let Antoine Light Myers get to the inside. And again, that's the speed of this guy. He'll juke at the line. He's trying to get to that football at all costs. And that's the sort of stuff he draws penalties.
Light Myers could have got an Academy Award or an Emmy for that one, but he got away with it. And that brings up a 1st and 20 situation for Acadia. So both teams, they've made some big plays. They've been brought back because of penalties. Here's Cluett, little pump fake, going deep. Touchdown! Cornell Hastings for Acadia. What a catch. Flags on the play, no flags.
Perfect concentration. Hastings pulls it down. Significant size advantage. They look over there, they see this matchup, and they say, we're going for it right now. No chance. DeAndre Smith, that's about the only way you can beat this guy is use your height because he's going to be physical. He's going to have position. He's right there, but what are you going to do? Watch this ball perfectly. Smith got himself about a step behind. You don't see that too often. Almost like he thought that one was going to hold up in the wind or something, but he was step for step with Hastings most of the way, and then right in the last 5 yards of that route, he paid for it.
The extra point is good as you take a look at Cordell Hastings. And a long time coming for Acadia here this afternoon to try to get something going in the air.
Well, he's the go-to guy. They're going to connect at some point or another in a football game. Both of them are too good to hold them down permanently. In the case this time of DeAndre Smith, that's just a mano-a-mano. The best defender on the corner for the Huskies against the best receiver for the Axemen. Sometimes better O beats great D. So he puts his hand in there. Watch, smart play by Smith, even though he's a step behind, closed ground, got his hand almost in there. And that's the concentration. Hastings saw that football right into the jersey, tucked it away. And man, Cody Cluett, a little pump, a little bit of style on that. This guy's come to play. He wants a championship. He's been hurt. He's had his knee bummed out. He's had a whole bunch of things over his career at Acadia, and this is his time.
Different offensive coordinators, so he's had some adversity, but his experience has really come through for him this season. He's seen it. He's been there before. He knows the mistakes of the past, and he has been rock solid for Acadia this season. On the return, it is St. Mary's. They'll get it to around just over the 20-yard line.
I'm just going to finish that thought on Cluett, too. It's called trust. There's a trust between him and Coach Cummins. There's been plenty of bumps in the road. Yeah, they've all been well documented, but they've stuck together. Coach Cummins has taken over a lot of this play calling this year. Those guys are in the trenches every single day, and it's nice to see some guys connect like that.
1st and 10 from the 21 for St. Mary's. We've got a game on our hands here now, folks. 18-17 in favor of Acadia. And that ball up for grabs, and Rory Kelly, he almost had his second interception of the game.
Well, that's smart to break that up there. He knew he wasn't going to catch it. As a receiver, Kelly was all over it. The receiver becomes a bit of a D-back on this play. Scott again, not sure what he's doing. He's just stepping back and throwing it up into space. Nothing but Axemen around and just pulling the left hand of Kelly at the last second, saving a second pick.
Scott, that pass incomplete. Yeah, he put that ball up in double coverage, and that was almost costly.
And now it's Caleb Scott operating too fast. You know, I'd say the turning point's going to come midway through that second quarter. 2 straight sacks by Bagnall, 1 hurry up, forced a tough throw inside, almost a fumble. Ever since then, Scott's been just stepping back, tossing it quickly. You know, he's got a little more time than that. Not a lot, but a little more, and he needs to settle down in there. But Acadia's defense is in his head at this stage.
Holt to punt. This is McDonald up the middle, and McDonald gets close to the 50-yard line.
So Acadia has that lead, Peter. You know, we mentioned if they didn't get those 5 late points off of special teams, they wouldn't be in the position they are now. The question is, keep the momentum flowing. Can you do it? So you get the ball, you're still across in St. Mary's territory on the 50-yard line. Don't take it all too much. You don't have to throw another 30-yard bomb, Cody Cluett. Keep it cool. Keep your run-pass balance relatively there. Davidson's still very capable. We'll see how disciplined the red and white can be now playing with the lead.
Yeah, you don't have to force it because Davidson has done a great job, as we have said, filling in for Dale Wright. They brought in McDonald a couple of times here. So the running game is okay. A little screen or swing pass there that Davidson couldn't hang on to.
Josh Miller was going to hit him pretty hard there, actually, if he caught it. So that was in danger either way. But I like the nature of that call. Get Davidson out in the flat. You're not trying to put it up for grabs anywhere. Now 2nd and 10 will have to be a little more aggressive.
At the 50-yard line. Trio of receivers, bottom of the screen. Cluett gonna put it up, looking for Eugene McMinns. He's got it, and McMinns almost stayed on his feet.
And what did we see from Cody Cluett that time? Patience in there. Didn't force it across the middle. Trusted his blockers. Watch how long he just sits in there. He's just waiting. He looks right. Nothing there. Checks middle. Nothing. Waits for him to come across the field. Calmly delivers it over there. That's the Cody Cluett that the Acadia Axemen fans want to see. Nice job.
So 1st and 10 from the 33 of St. Mary's.
Good look at the route. St. Mary's had to respect the dump off underneath. Created that little bit of a gap one-on-one for McMinns to work.
Go back to the ground here. And about a 3-yard gain for Acadia.
You know, McMinns went right at Mandela Legale there on the last play for St. Mary's. He hasn't really had a big play of his own. He's another guy that's sneaky like Light Myers. He'll come up with a big pick or a big hit to try to change the mo for the defense. But they've been attacking him very effectively this afternoon. See if he can make a play at some point.
2nd and 6 from the 30. Cluett puts it right in the hands of Caleb Ryder. And he is out over the 25-yard line, or inside the 25-yard line, excuse me.
That's a little bit on the receiver there for Ryder that time. He pulled up his route about a yard too short of the first down marker. You got to know where you're at. Get yourself, across the marker, come back a yard, then you're good. He came back too far that time. Cluett made the right play. It's the set. Just didn't work out.
So this is 3rd and 1. They're going to go for it here. Short yardage team out there, and Cluett muscles his way in there. He has that first down.
Not sure what Bozo is saying. He's saying it's not a first down, but that looked pretty clear cut from where we're sitting. Although, there's a few extra whistles here.
See where they spot that ball.
Looked like initially they were trying to move these guys, but now the spot far different than what the side official at first signaled.
Wow. That wasn't very generous, was it, that spot? Is it a first down? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, no, hold on.
They're going to measure.
No, they're going to measure it. I jumped the gun there, so we'll see. how this lines up.
It's going to be close.
Well, it's going to be very close.
Great
and
look.
yeah, they do have it.
Love can't believe the spot, but St. Mary's fortunate there overall that was even a measure. Acadia staying very patient, Peter. It feels like they're controlling the football game now. Time of possession clearly in the Axemen favor.
6:50 remaining in the second quarter. Acadia came out here. They got a touchdown. Nice reception by Cordell Hastings to get a major. Play action. Cluett going to the end zone. There's got to be a flag on that play. Yes, there's flags all over the place, as that was Light Myers, and he'll get tagged with pass interference on Caleb Ryder. No two ways about that one, Adam.
Well, Ryder got to the right spot this time. He busted it out. Inside out route for Ryder. You can see it nicely. Here he comes, and then boom, he busts out to Antoine Light Myers. He becomes George St. Pierre here all of a sudden, throws a takedown. That's an easy call for Vince Williams. But it's interesting, they went to Ryder on the far side. They had Hastings one-on-one with Smith again here, tight in the lanes. We'll see if that might be something they go back to.
So Acadia trying to strike once again. Ball on the 7.
4 receivers up top.
Play action again, and that ball batted down as Muntu and Caesar were there. They got their hands up, and I know in Enfield, Nova Scotia, John McNeil would like that. That was a pet peeve of his all season long, guys not getting their hands up along the line.
Particularly when you're as big as some of these guys in the
Exactly.
Huskies line are. Don't make it comfortable in there. If you're not sacking the quarterback, at the very least, he needs to be under duress. It's like a shooter in basketball. Your coach, put your hand up. It's not easy to see and deliver when there's bits in your grill. And Caesar did a nice job that time. He ain't got a piece of leather on top of that.
Cody Cluett, he wants to call timeout. He wants to go for it here. 2nd and 10. I don't think Coach Cummins wanted to have a timeout. And
well, when it's a 1-point game early, we're still early in the second half. You don't want to be burning timeouts right now necessarily. I'm not sure if the play call wasn't in or if there's some confusion. You see, he's looking at Cluett saying, come on, guy. We're at this stage. We should be well rehearsed with our signals, with our play calling. They're going to have a little silent moment amongst each other. And sometimes that's all, that working relationship we talked about. He knows that Cody Cluett doesn't need an earful at that stage. He's just going to let him know, don't need that, and then next play.
I mean, with veteran players, you know how to handle them. You don't need to scream and shout at your veteran players. I mean, you really shouldn't have to scream and shout at anybody.
Right.
But, you let things slide a little bit, especially when they're trusted veterans like Cody Cluett.
Yeah, and the reality of it is you hope that this doesn't come back and burn you here down the stretch and you might need a timeout or something of that nature. But it's most definitely something that if they do escape this one and go on to face those Western Mustangs, then you know what? You're going to need everything, every little edge that you can get, and you wouldn't afford a mistake like that against the purple and white.
Speaking of Western, they're already here in Atlantic, Canada, I believe, awaiting that big game that'll take place this weekend. And whoever wins this game, there's not much time to get adjusted, to get rested, to heal up. No. I mean, you got to get the gear back on again this weekend and get ready for another tough game. But right now, it is Acadia looking to add to the lead. Cluett throwing into the end zone. And that pass was intended for Eugene McMinns.
Well, they're trying to go at Cody Holmes up there, number 21 for the Huskies. He's just newly inserted in that position on that snap for the Huskies. And, smart call, but they threw it to the back shoulder. Not sure why. All the space was towards that back corner post. Cluett just throws it to the inside. Not sure. Some miscommunication there from receiver or quarterback.
So Muir into kick a field goal. He's been busy here this afternoon.
It's the little things again, Peter. You burn a timeout, you come out, don't execute the play. Samir converts this one, but The reality of it is, you're over there for the whole timeout. Cluett runs into the huddle. He's rushing out. We saw him, great close-up call. He's burning it out there, full sprint. Gets in the huddle with 13 seconds, turning 12 on the play clock. They rush up to the line of scrimmage, throws it to the wrong spot. That's just frustrating. You know, they're better than that. They've been better than that all season. Luckily, Samir's a good kicker. You know, they get another field goal out of it. But if you tacked on another major at that stage, it's a real punch in the mouth to the Huskies. They feel like they've dodged a bullet.
Yeah, be a bit of an uphill climb for St. Mary's if there was a major there. And this is a nice positive run from McClellan.
So they start this drive off. Yeah, Peter, sorry. They, starting this drive off with the run. They haven't put Scott as much on the scramble here. They're trying to settle him down. I think that's by design. They want him to be in the pocket, use his arm, use his judgment. Now, that being said, maybe if the arm's not working, set him loose. You know, see if he could scramble around, make something happen on a bootleg. It might get him back into rhythm.
1st and 10 from the 47. Cluett in trouble, or excuse me, Scott in trouble, loose ball. And that was a quick whistle.
Wow, it seemed like that ball came out as he was hit from behind. It's going to be facing us on this side, so let's see if we can take a look. They go play action. McClanahan took a little bit to develop. He gets hit. That ball's out.
That ball is out,
That
yes.
ball is out. That is an unbelievably quick whistle. Look how close the referee was to that play. He can't possibly see that. His back is looking to the quarterback. So Isaac Mohanson comes in there. Perfect job. Strip. Smew gets another crack.
2nd and 15. Scott, more pressure on him. He eludes it. And he gets to around the 50-yard line. But the punt unit has to come out here for St. Mary's.
Ben Wallace, big number 1. You see him clapping his hands there. He knows he got that moving up field there for Caleb Scott. They had some room to work with. So, he did gain about 8 yards, but they had 7 to spare still for the punt. So, nice job. Good aggression by Wallace to flush him out.
Look at the flags there in the background. Look how, they are just almost bent over with that wind that's coming here through Raymond Stadium.
And now they got to punt through that wind. So, we've seen a short one taken advantage of twice for McMinns. Can he do it again?
Hope angles that one, hits the 40. McDonald has to backtrack. He'll pick it up, loses it.
Wow.
And that was close. Too close for comfort if you're with Acadia.
Well, it's 2 mistakes, I think, here for McDonald. You know it's going to be a short punt, and it's going to be a little bit breezy, so you got to get yourself and your body in position where it's not in between a bounce and a catch. You got to be right underneath that thing. He lets it bounce. It takes an odd angle. He has to turn back. And then instead of letting it just get out of bounds and say, okay, take my medicine, turns it back again and almost fumbles. So that's one of those almost really bad scenarios for Acadia. But St. Mary's now great field position defensively.
2:56 remaining in the third. This third quarter has gone by very fast.
Teams have been more disciplined. We talked about penalties off the hop, and now there hasn't been a lot of big part of this smooth flow.
Here's Davidson, and minimal gain there for number 20.
Yeah, nice job working inside there for the Huskies. They've been on point more times than not when Acadia's tried to attack that right side. St. Mary's has been up to the challenge.
2nd and 8 from the 22. Acadia came out here in this third quarter looking like a new football team. Have taken the lead. And here's McMinns, as he's a Swiss Army knife and then gets felled at the 35-yard line.
Well, McMinns comes across with speed. The timing's just right as the guards pull off and get a whole convoy of fellas out there to move these chains. Watch how many bodies are out in front. McMinns takes on Lightmeyer, says, see ya, But unfortunately,
There's
Big Caesar's
wow.
coming down, and that's nice pursuit from the backside for number 4. That's a big hit.
That's like getting hit by a Mack truck when you see 4 in white coming your way.
He thought he was doing good. You know, he threw light wires down. He had the big, you know, those ones you get up and you flex, but that's until you're on your back from Jadarius Caesar. Look out.
Yeah, that doesn't feel very good when you got number 4 coming from the backside. You see him at the last second.
It's like a deer in the headlights moment for sure.
So,
but Acadia, like you said, first down. I think that's exactly what they needed to do, that deep in their field. Keep it on the ground. Trust your blockers. Went to the left side this time.
1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Take a look at that offensive line for Acadia. They've been rock solid here. Here comes some pressure on Cluett, puts it up for grabs, and that's intercepted. And an ill-advised pass there by Cody Cluett.
Got to tuck the football there, Peter. We were about to chat a little bit more about that when the quarter started. Never quite got to it as St. Mary's hadn't really had a nice, big, huge sack on Cody Cluett. Throws that on his back foot. You know, he knew he was going to take the hit, kind of rolled out of the hit, faded it up there, and that's an easy pick. Credit the line for that one.
There's a reception. Hansa has it. And Hansa comes down at the 30-yard line. So Acadia's defense is going to have to come up big here with 2:17 remaining in this third quarter. And, boy, Cody Cluett had done a pretty good job protecting the football, making, you know, some fairly smart plays, and then put that one up for grabs. And it's put some pressure now on the Acadia D. 1st and 10 from the 27. Scott airs this one out. All kinds of room on this near side, as that's number 80, Robinson.
Well, Scott's starting to spread it out now, Peter. You know, it was Lemoyne and Henry to start. Jack caught a couple passes. Now it's been a Hansa. It's been Robinson. It's been different guys that are in single coverage out there trying to make plays. They're all kinds of worried about Archelius Jack up on that top side. And Robinson is just easy position to get a first down. And he has quite a strong stiff arm there on Jaden White as well.
And it looks like it's Lemoyne down there being looked at. And Robinson, he came up with that massive touchdown against St. FX earlier this season, the dying seconds, to give St. Mary's a victory against X. Hasn't been a focal point of the offense, but you need those role players to come in every once in a while. A nice reception by Robinson.
Well, we haven't seen a reception from Lemoyne and or Jack, I believe, is so far in the third quarter.
It's been a while.
So they're laying in the weeds here. Hopefully Lemoyne's okay here as he goes off for substitution on injury.
Lemoyne got hit when the ball was intended for him over the middle earlier on in the first half. There's a pass to Liam O'Brien, and is he in? No signal, so he's going to be down at, close to the goal line. So Liam O'Brien, the quarterback / receiver, has come up, and he's probably been the most reliable receiver for St. Mary's.
Yeah, he just finds that little soft spot, turns back, catches it on his back shoulder. Beautiful stiff arm. He tries to reach out here at the last second, but his knee was indeed down. That's a good call there on the goal line.
So goal to go for St. Mary's. O'Brien in there on this short yardage package. Takes over from Scott. McClellan and Mantuila in that backfield. Oh, a little bit of a misplay, but they take it in for 6 points. I'm not too sure that was a design play there.
It looked like it was a little bit bobbled, and he tried the patient thing on the left side when it was 1st and goal the last time around. He wants to let the line do the work and then jump in there. Well, let's see if he bobbles this one on the snap.
McClellan nudged him a little bit.
Oh,
I don't know.
His running back ran right into him. McClellan, you're right. Right on his right elbow, too, so sure hands. Lucky he's a quarterback. Like you said, it's helpful when you can put those type of guys under center that have the sure hands, and he's going to hold the place kick now as well on the extra point. They're short of man, though, I think. They're looking for a sub.
Has to get out here.
The play clock wasn't running there all that time.
Now it is. Down to 14 seconds. So Hope, still a little bit of a delay here. 2 seconds on the clock. And it's up and it's in. And all kinds of confusion there for St. Mary's on that extra point.
And it was an important one. It puts them up 3 points here. It's, you know, you're up a field goal as opposed to just 2. 1:32 left to go. That's a big time response from Caleb Scott. He stayed in there, started to work the flat a little bit, had a handoff. He trusted O'Brien. That's been the most reliable connection by far tonight. We were talking about some of the other guys, Robinson and Hansa. It's been O'Brien really has been the main weapon here this afternoon. We'll get some stats for you at the end of 3 and see what he's up to.
I know we talked about how James Coles, he said about, you know, Coach Cummins and his team, they lie in the weeds, they wait for mistakes, and they capitalize. It was just reversed there. St. Mary's capitalized on a major mistake by Cody Cluett.
It only takes one. You know, Acadia's had, you know, 3 interceptions, no major scores. Now St. Mary's gets 1 and they convert it right away. So it's those sort of opportunistic moments that can win or lose a Loney Bowl. See if Huskies kick it right back to McDonald's way after the tough go he had on the last punt.
And the wind knocks that ball off the tee. And again, you take a look at those flags back there. They are just wrestling in the breeze. More of a gale force than a breeze really here today in Wolfville. And it goes to McMinns. Out over his 20. Moving down this near sideline. Here's Eugene McMinns. And he gets out over the 50-yard line.
Beautiful communication back there between McMinns and Arian McDonald. He's fired up. But that punt was right in between the two of them, and they're looking at each other. Someone's got to take it. McMinns took charge. Smart decision. Senior guy got it done, and then look at that game. This guy has proven time and time again that he can get it done.
Every time that he takes a punt return or a kick return, he gives you that sense that he could break it at any moment.
Those guys are special players, and often in the pros they have long careers. You know, you're a specialty guy, but you're special in that role. It's the same thing y'all was here. Know your role, be special in your role, whatever that is. That's what wins games.
Here's Davidson. And Davidson gets about 5 on that carry. As we're under a minute here in this third quarter.
So Acadia needs to be better now on 2nd and short. It hasn't been as sharp as in the first half, so they can get that first 5. Now it's a matter of converting it. In the past, you could go back-to-back runs with Dale Wright. You feel pretty confident about that. You're just a little bit more gun-shy as a play caller when you don't have your regular weapons.
30 seconds remaining in the third. As you take a look at Cody Cluett, he wants to throw, gets it to Mullally, and he has a first down.
And he does a great job of, what did we talk about earlier? Get across the marker, then hold up. He was a yard over. Cluett delivered, held on to the ball, tucked it, absorbed the hit. Beautiful play. Simple, but effective.
Clock keeps ticking away here. 16 seconds as they head to the line of scrimmage. 3 receivers, top of the screen. Cluett, here comes some pressure, going downtown! Oh, good defensive play, as that was DeAndre Smith that knocked that ball out of the hands of Cordell Hastings at the last second.
Well, St. Mary's was bringing the heat again. They wanted to speed it up, and Cody Cluett read it the whole time. He picked out the man, single coverage, delivered it, but that's why DeAndre Smith is an all-star in this league. Speed, got himself in between the man and the football, and knocked that one down.
So Cody Cluett decided to take a shot downfield and almost worked. This will be the last play of the third quarter. Swings it out. This is McMinns. Gets by Legale down the sideline. Eugene McMinns taking it to the house. Touchdown. Are you kidding me? Get out of town. What a play by McMinns.
It's unbelievable. They kind of slow played that one, got guys up to the line, said, oh, we're going to snap it, almost played confusion, put this man in space. This is what happens. You'll go to the feet of Eugene McMinns. Big mistake. They can't catch him there. Brad Herbst doesn't have the wheels, and look at this man go all the way to pay dirt. That was something else.
Wow. Was that a mirage or did that actually happen? What a play by McMinns. It looked like St. Mary's going to get out of this third quarter with the lead, and that's all changed here, Adam.
Well, who are they targeting? Legale again. They go out there. They just like the size and advantages they have against him. Panchishin, those big guys, Herbst and Panchishin, you're not tracking down the guy with the speed of McMinns. Yeah, you're a big athletic linebacker, but he's even better. Check this one out. All the way down as the extra point is converted, and that's the extra juice that Acadia Axemen needed heading into the fourth quarter.
He's got speed. There's no two ways about that, Eugene. What has impressed me all season long, the agility, the ability to cut back and to cut on a dime, and you saw it right there.
Well, those are timing things. You know, you're going to plant your foot. When are you going to jump to it, try to avoid the tackle? When are you going to stiff arm? When are you going to spin? Some guys just have that innate feel of where the space is, of how the defender's momentum is coming towards them. How are they going to use that to their advantage? Eugene McMinns does all of that, and he does it so well.
Well, just when you think St. Mary's they've got the game in hand, or they've got all the momentum, it swings back the other way. Acadia had the momentum beginning of the third quarter. St. Mary's comes back. I mean, it has been a roller coaster here in this Loney Bowl so far.
Both teams are just trading blows here, and I guarantee you it's not over. There's 15 minutes on the clock. It's a 4-point game.
Jennings, little short kick. And that's Liam O'Brien, and he gets tied up at the 30.
Well, it's interesting. You try those little ones. You get it away from the main returners, and you try to get a guy maybe who normally doesn't have hands and try to get a fumble for something like that. In that case, you kick it to Brock O'Brien, who has surer hands than anybody out in the field here so far this afternoon, giving up a little field position.
Let me ask you this. With the conditions the way they are, we haven't seen any rain here or snow, and the wind, are you surprised that there's these many points been put on the board?
It is remarkable when you think about a 28-24 game. It's been a lot of the team with the win, believe it or not. St. Mary's has it to finish.
And this is Jack, and Jack has a first down as he takes it out over the 45-yard line, close to the 50.
Well, if you look at these games in the storybook novel type thing, you got to think that Archelaus Jack is yet to be heard from in this one. We talked about the controversy, is what it is, but in some sort of sense, he's going to have an impact here down the stretch in this game. He's done it all season long.
There was an injunction in Ontario over the eligibility, and then there was an injunction here in Nova Scotia that forced this game to be played, and a judge will make a decision tomorrow on the eligibility situation, as that's Robinson with a reception.
Now Caleb Scott has settled in. We talked about what was it going to take, a couple of completions to start the third quarter. Took him a little longer than that maybe than he would have wanted, but he did settle in towards the tail end of it. Now it is his time, it's crunch time. 2 completions in a row, 2nd and 2. This would be a big first down for St. Mary's.
McClellan with Scott in that backfield. They give it to McClellan. Looked like he almost lost the ball, and he has that first down, but we got a flag on the play. And it looks like it might go against St. Mary's.
It does indeed look like a hold against the Huskies. It's that bobble causing the hold on in there for the last second.
That ball almost came out.
Yeah, I think that was number 60 for the Huskies, the guilty party there, George Petrovic.
Watch the handoff here. I mean, he didn't have that ball tightly gripped, McClellan.
Well, part of you thinks that Caleb Scott was trying to pull that one out of there. Not sure if McClellan didn't realize.
And this is a situation when you don't have a running back in the backfield, as this pass is incomplete. You don't have that running back, and you're handing off the ball to a running back on a consistent basis. That wasn't done this season with St. Mary's. It wasn't until the semifinal game where you had Mantuila, you had McClellan, as the regular running back in there, and they had to spend a lot of time getting used to handing the ball off, something they never did this season.
Well, the majority of games this season, Caleb Scott's been the leading passer. He's also been the leading rusher and rush attempt guy for the Huskies. So you're absolutely right. If that's going to be a regular part of their game, it's kind of a tough time to start going to the well as much as they are.
Hope back to punt. A little bit of pressure there.
Look at that go.
And that's a boomer. This is McMinns. What's he got in his bag of tricks here? McMinns. And he gets out over the 20-yard line.
Shout out to Raphael Buntu. That's his 4th special teams tackle here, number 36 for the Huskies. Had a fantastic afternoon to this point in kick coverage. But again, what does the longer punt do? Allows these guys to get downfield, more time to put pressure on the Acadia blockers, and not as much room for McMinns to operate.
So it's a 28-24 lead for Acadia. Big play to end the third quarter by Eugene McMinns. And back to work, Cody Cluett and company go on offense. 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line. Handoff. And that's Cam Davidson once again. I'm sure that Cam Davidson didn't think he was going to get as many touches with the ball today, but he's come in. As we've said, he's filled in very well for Dale Wright, and Dale Wright left, I guess, midway through the second quarter.
Well, we were talking about that at halftime, Peter. You know, Cam Davidson has kind of been sitting behind Dale Wright for 3 or 4 weeks, where Wright got majority of the carries, then 3 or 4 weeks off. This guy hasn't had a regular workload in about 2 months, and to come in and respond the way he did has been more than impressive.
Back to Davidson again, and he gets wrapped up. So Darius Caesar in there on the tackle, as was Slater.
Davidson put Slater on his back that time, but looks like it's going to be a hold against the Axemen. He's going to back him up, see if we can scope out the right side. Trying to see the hold. Look like 67 might have had a handful. You see the shoulder pads go up there on the St. Mary's D-line.
So we'll do it all over again on 2nd down. 2nd and 14 for Acadia.
Late substitution for the Axemen. It's a throwing down, but you're deep in your own end. You have to be sure if you're delivering the football.
And I'm sure Cody Cluett remembers that interception not too long ago in the third quarter.
Don't be surprised if St. Mary's brings the heat here again. Well, they're going to run it.
Going to hand it off. There's McMinns. And he gets tackled just outside the 25-yard line.
Well, Herb Spartley just kind of approaches the line of scrimmage and peels off, sees McMinns coming across. Then comes all the way across the field himself to finish the play. St. Mary's does not overcommit on this play. You don't need to want it too much. Spin comes, and then a wall of white jerseys is there to meet it.
So Jennings will come out. This will be a big punt for him. You've got Johnny King inside his 50-yard line between the 50 and midfield.
Johnny King is chomping at the bit.
Oh, little fumble. There comes some pressure. And that ball hung up in the air, and because of the wind conditions, they whistle it down.
So another poor snap on special teams for the Axemen is going to cost them deep field position. That's going to be spotted around the 43, 44-yard line. And St. Mary's now needs a major to kind of get ahead, down 4.
Another situation where special teams, very important when you come into these big games like this. Little hesitation, and then the pass to Liam O'Brien, and O'Brien at around the 19-yard line. It looked like Caleb Scott was going to run with it. We saw that earlier on in this game, and then he decided to throw at the last second.
Well, he does that to try to open up the inside route just a little bit more. This half step, see if any of these guys take a step up. Just a second, hesitation there. Is he going to run it? Is he's not? and O'Brien just freezes the defense on the inside.
Back to the live action. That's Liam O'Brien again. Boy, he's been a workhorse at receiver for St. Mary's.
That's a tough spot. You know, Blake Rennick was the guy. He was kind of in the middle of all that in the center for Acadia's defense. When you don't have, you know, you can't have veterans everywhere, and St. Mary's has picked the spots very properly.
Second down. Here's McClellan, and he gets brought down as Bailey Feltmate was there, as was Garvin Cia, excuse me.
I'm with you, Peter. I'm shocked at the amount of carries McClanahan's getting. They've been play actioning him the whole time, all game long, and then Scott's been either passing or running. He hasn't taken off for a run here in a quarter and a half, pretty much. So it's the sort of thing where McClanahan's in a position similar to Cam Davidson. Hey, I haven't done this in a long time. I haven't gotten this much carry in crunch time. You don't know if this is misdirection and then Scott's going to bust it open here soon or not, but strange for St. Mary's offense to operate this way.
Hope to kick a field goal, and that is up and in, and St. Mary's, they creep closer. 28-27, a 1-point lead for Acadia, and there is a bucket of time left on the clock here in regulation, 10-19 here in the fourth quarter.
Well, Acadia's defense will take it at this stage as well. St. Mary's seemed to have some momentum going, had guys a little bit on their heels. They stuff it in there on McClanahan on second down, forced the field goal. They still have the lead. Getting the ball back with the lead in the fourth quarter championship game, nice place to be. What can you do with it?
This Acadia team, they've been ravaged by injuries the last 3, 4, maybe even 5 years, I think you could say. And this year they've been relatively healthy as any football team can be.
Well, in the past, if a guy went down like Dale Wright, you'd be saying, oh my, you know, there's no backup. It's going to be a big problem. Not this year.
First and 10 from the 35. There's Davidson. Runs it right up the middle, gets about 5.
They've been very content to run it on first down now to start each drive in the second half.
And it's a gain of 4. Or excuse me, gain of 4, so second down and 6. Quick pass here out to the flat. And that went to Mullally. Well short of the first down, so Acadia is going to have to punt it.
You see Hastings was kind of holding his own eyes. He kind of, not sure if he didn't engage the block quick enough or if Mullally took off before they could set that whole thing up. It's a tough catch in tight quarters there for Mullally, but the positioning places them well short of the first by a couple of yards.
So we'll see what this snap looks like this time. It was one that skipped off the turf. Jennings had to play like a shortstop.
And you see St. Mary's a whole bunch more bodies up at the line of scrimmage now. They're not getting faked by Acadia again.
Much better snap there. Jennings, that bounces right to Johnny King. And King immediately gets tackled. And that was number 29 with a tackle there, Jackson Clayton. Nice play by Clayton.
Yeah, Clayton wasn't fooled by King there that time. That was a straight ahead run. So St. Mary's picks it up on the 45.
Both teams guilty of turnovers in this game. Ball protection will be very, very key here. 8:40 remaining. And that play blown up. So that was Gentile that got in there and disrupted that play for Acadia.
Well, this is the time where toughness comes into play. You've been battling at the line of scrimmage for 3 quarters. It's cold, it's snow, it's just a brutal afternoon. Who's going to be able to keep going for the full 60 minutes?
Scott wants to air this one out. And he was looking for Henry, but overthrew him.
So St. Mary's going for a little too much. We've been saying that as a theme here this afternoon. When teams have got the wind, it seems like they all feel like they just need to go deep. I need to go deep with the wind. Just take your 10 yards, take your 15 yards here, chop it away. And you got to look ahead. You know, you're going to take on a Western Mustangs defense that they don't give up the big stuff. That's not something that they do. So if you can't execute your short yardage stuff, you know, it's something that you're really going to have to think about in the upcoming, I was going to say upcoming week, upcoming 3 days.
3
you
days.
have to prepare.
Yeah, not much time to prepare for either one of these teams, whoever wins the Loney Bowl. That one, booming punt, McMinns, and that's a nice tackle. That's number 43. That's Richards as he wrapped up McMinns. And McMinns looking a little in a little bit of discomfort there. He seems to be okay, though.
Well, Richards is starting to read what McMinns is trying to do. He spun it last 3 or 4 times. He's caught it in the open field, and he knows it's going to the opening up the back shoulder. So as soon as he does that, Richards jumps to that inside part of the field, and it's not a gamble if you know that it's a calculated play, and he guessed perfectly that time. Nice tackle.
So 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. The clock keeps ticking away, folks. 7:38, 1 point lead for Acadia. They lead 28-27. Cluett wants the pass, gets it to his receiver who drops it. And Colsey's going crazy. Yeah, there's steam coming out of his ears here. They're saying it's an incomplete pass.
Well, the near official was trying to say that it was a catch and fumble that Acadia recovered, and when he jumped on top of it there, didn't look like he made a football move with it. We'll see.
I believe that was Caleb Ryder.
So he pulls this one in, takes a step. Yeah, never really had control of that ball when he went to turn upfield.
So 2nd and 10, 21-yard line. And this St. Mary's defense, see if they pin back their ears and attack the Acadia offense. Timeout, though. So Acadia, they want to chat things over.
Well, one thing I'm thinking about here, you know, we're talking a lot about the weather and the wind and the cold. Ball control is so important in these situations. Your hands just don't have that little bit of extra grip strength when you're freezing cold, you know. You just don't have that extra pop in your step. You know, you're not responding the way you might, and you take a hit, you lose the football, or, you know, gets away from the quarterback with cold hands. It's so important, you know, to kind of take those preparations. You know, it sounds so crazy to think about putting your hands in your pocket. Keeping them cold, or keeping them warm, out of the cold. It's things like that on the catch like Ryder where it shows up and it adds up. Now it's 2nd down and 10 instead of, you know, 2nd and 8, or a 1st down if he was past the 1st down yardage marker on that one. You know, I'm trying to talk up here.
I know,
my face
same
is
way.
frozen, my nose is frozen. I couldn't imagine trying to catch a pass or taking a hit or something at this stage. It's you know, it freezes your mind and your limbs and the whole bit. And these guys, that's why they're warriors. You see McDonald down there. He's got short sleeves going. He's got his legs out. How tough can you be?
I'm cold just looking at him. Anybody with short sleeves on here. Davidson has short sleeves on. And
oh, yeah.
There you see the offensive line. 3 of the 4 offensive linemen are going with short sleeves there. And I'm getting hypothermia just looking at them.
Hey, that's football life. That's what these guys live for, these moments. 6:48 left. Hey, we got to finish on our hands.
2nd and 10 from the 21. Out to the flat once again, and a big defensive stand for St. Mary's, and they're going to get excellent field position here.
Well, they didn't want to gamble up the middle, so they go flat out to McMinns, trying to put it in the hands of the playmakers. I get the concept. Someone else has to make a play now. McMinns has had his time in the game. He's had 5-6 big kind of moments. Someone else now needs to step up. They're on to him a little bit at the moment, you know. So someone else switch things up. Eugene McMinns can't do it for a whole half.
So Johnny King at the Acadia 50-yard line. And Jennings, he needs a big punt here. Off the bounce, so Johnny King got to be careful, and he has it inside the 45-yard line. So this is excellent position for St. Mary's. A short field for them. Let's see what they can do with it.
And Johnny King, it looks like a difficult catch, but that's a smart play. If he lets that one bounce, 10 yards and back from that excellent field possession you mentioned, all of a sudden it's not so great. So he has sure hands. That's one thing that's definitely in play for 25.
1st and 10 from the 42. Here's Caleb Scott. He wants to run. Bailey Feltmate trying to track him down, and Feltmate with a great tackle.
That's a great play for Feltmate. They rolled the hands out. He was going towards the corner at the front of the end zone. You see Scott, he went to look upfield, then he ran lateral across the line of scrimmage to keep his throw option open. The pursuit from Feltmate made all of that moot as they got him down.
2nd and 8 now. Scott to throw, incomplete. And they can't convert and keep the chains going. St. Mary's couldn't there. Take a look at it.
They try to jam this one in. You see Acadia patient in the middle of the field. The hands stops and holds up. But there's just a few bodies underneath there. He was open, but Scott felt like he had to jam it in before Acadia could close that ground from underneath. And then the wind just does the rest.
So they're going to go for a field goal. This is in Hope's range, no doubt about it. He kicked a long field goal in that semifinal game against St. FX. This would be huge for St. Mary's. Ball is up, and it's wide. And it'll go through back of the end zone. And that ties up this game.
Well, Acadia wanted to get that ball and get that out of there. Not sure if that's McMinns back there at the end zone. It is McMinns, and he is extremely frustrated with himself.
I don't think there's anything he could have done there. That ball was on quite the skip.
It did take a big-time hop.
Yeah.
It was going to take a very athletic play to get that one out of there, but Acadia wanted the lead, make no doubt about that. And we have an injured Axemen in the middle of the field as well.
And so we've got 5:22 remaining, and it's all tied up at 28 apiece. Trying to see who that player is. But, Adam, I didn't know what to expect in this game. The game was supposed to take place on Saturday with all the ineligible player talk and controversy. You had Acadia. They hadn't played in a month. You had the mental strain that was probably under the St. Mary's players wondering, hey, are we going to play this game? Is all that hard work all for naught? So I didn't know what to expect. I have been pleasantly surprised. I didn't think we were going to see the game of this quality here because of, the whole controversy and situation that surrounded this game.
Well, typically emotion goes one of two ways. It either amps you up to the point where you're playing out of your comfort zone, or it elevates you to perform within the moment, and you can kind of settle in and embrace kind of the intensity. And there's a tangible intensity at Raymond Field here so far this afternoon. Both teams have stood up to that test.
This is Davidson, gets away from a tackle, and he might have got about 5 yards. Looks like 4.
Both teams have played within themselves. We haven't gone for too much. It's one thing to go for a long pass or try to take yardage. That's not what I mean. It's over pursuing the tackler, or we've only seen that one unsportsmanlike late hit. Teams aren't going after each other that way. They know it's a championship game. They're going to make the play, but make the right play. It's very rarely been too much this. Both coaches went in at halftime and said, stop penalizing your team, and both teams have responded to that, and you can tell by the quality of play.
2nd and 6 from the 44. Here's Mullally. Mullally gets away from a couple of tackles, and there you see the athletic ability of Mullally, and that's why Jeff Cummins thinks he's going to be a solid player in this conference once he gets a little more weight and more experience.
Knows his space was backwards. Legale couldn't wrap him up mid. He's having a tough afternoon. Gets backwards, chooses to go up the middle as opposed to wrapping it all the way around the side. That's a smart play. He knew he only needed 7 more yards. That's a very heady play by Mullally, both moving backwards and forwards.
So Mullally with the first down. 1st and 10 from the 51-yard line. 4:25 remaining in regulation. A little pump fake from Cluett as he wanted to hook up there with Hastings.
Well, Lightmeyer's is trying to sell it that he was thrown to the ground, but really he held himself up and stopped running right in front of Hastings. Not much he was supposed to do. That pass wasn't going to be catchable by anybody. It almost took out a photographer 10 yards off the field. But Acadia looking to go north-south. They want this. You know, they gave up that point. Tie ball game. They're saying, we're at home. We're heading for it right now. 2nd and 10. 4-12 or whatever, ticking away, Peter. Here it's getting exciting, I got to tell you. Cold weather or not, this is AUS football.
This is Canadian football. In the cold. Championship on the line. As we're tied at 28 apiece, and we got a flag on the field here.
Time count. Acadia's going to take that. Not sure again, like if Cluett just didn't have the play call in, that communication piece from Coach Cummings. You don't want to take another timeout with 4 minutes left. Tie game, you don't know what you're going to need. So now sets up a 2nd and 15. That's costly.
Yeah, penalties have cost both teams here today. Some big plays have been brought back. And knowing your assignment and what to do right now is so key. 2nd and 15. Over the middle, there's Caleb Ryder. And that is a massive first down as he brings that ball into St. Mary's territory.
Well, the second level, the St. Mary's defense gets frozen. Watch the guys right behind the line of scrimmage. They're standing there. No one's coming through their area. They were a little bit worried about the underneath, but all 3 guys just stare at him. Meanwhile, Ryder cuts across the middle so smartly, and Cluett delivers that right on point. He just waits for Ryder to come across. And watch these 3 guys. They're just in the middle of both men, short and long.
1st and 10 from the 43-yard line of St. Mary's. Davidson up the middle. And he gets inside the 40-yard line.
They're throwing Davidson up the middle majority of the time. Be nice to see what he can do. Bounce one outside, kind of design a sweep for Davidson. He's got the type of wheels that he could break one if he has some space. Crank him out towards the wide side, see what happens.
We're in nitty-gritty time here now, folks. 3:11 remaining in regulation.
Now the clock's not running again.
And the officials will have to ask the timekeeper to tack on a couple of seconds, I think.
Well, that's the sort of stuff with here in the Acadia's offense. You're not looking for any delay. You want to keep the momentum going.
Exactly.
Now, that being said, with the amount of time it's taken them to get plays in, might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise. Cluett settled in the pocket, know what they want to do. It's going to be a big play. 2nd and 6.
Like I said, you got to know your assignment here. Know what you're doing, know what your job is. As you see in the distance there, Cody Cluett talking things over with Coach Cummins.
Stand up, take it. And that 8 seconds off the clock.
Coach Cummins, what a career he's had here at Acadia. I believe there's only been one season he has not had this team in the postseason.
It's been a remarkable run. It's one of the longest tenured runs in the AUS, and time after time to get up off the mat after some tough seasons here and there, which is inevitable, they keep coming.
Here's Davidson as he found a little bit of daylight there, and Davidson very close to the 30-yard line.
Well, we'll see where that pile stopped moving when the whistle finally went. McConnell makes the tackle. He's been back in the game after that injury in the first half. Haven't called his number much, maybe a little bit held up after injury, but this could be a key stop. They're going to measure this one, so a little bit more delay. And we're under 3 minutes. See the lights on. Cloud. You're right, Breeder. I was expecting some precipitation at this point. There's been some really gray clouds, spits of rain, but nothing significant.
All day long it's been kind of threatening to rain or snow or sleet, and it's held off. And the Jewett Trophy, yes, it is in the house. They just brought it out here.
So another first down for the Axemen. The measuring stick goes in their favor a second time. The crowd getting behind them.
And it's a packed house here at Raymond Field.
You don't want to be too aggressive here of St. Mary's and give up the big one, but I'd like to bring a little bit of heat in on Clua. Make Acadia make a quick decision here. They hand it off to Davidson, put a hard hit on him. They need something here to back this offense up and make them think twice.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 3-minute warning.
St. Mary's has had the most success defensively when they've been moving forward and up and laying the hits and being solid in coverage, right on their men. Don't let Acadia dictate this.
1st and 10 from the 33. Going deep.
And the flag is
flag
thrown.
on the play. And that's going to be against Legale. Pass interference. Oh, what a penalty for St. Mary's to take.
Time in the pocket for Cluett. St. Mary's tries to bring some bodies, but great block by Davidson, steps up with the running back. They launch this one up there. They're attacking Legale again, and why not?
They've been doing it all afternoon.
It's been the targeted man. They put the star guy on it, McMinns. No help for Legale, and he absolutely knocks that one home. Nice job. Cluett puts that in a perfect spot where it's either a penalty or it's a catch. Great placement. Look at that ball. He still almost caught it. McMinns full stretch. Easy call for the officials.
So St. Mary's, they need to come up big here defensively. Hand off to Davidson. Davidson sees daylight. He sees that end zone as well, and he's inside the 5.
St. Mary's brought the pressure. Acadia answered. They blocked. They gave Cluett time. McMinn, star guy, he made it happen. Davidson still doing his thing. He's a sleeper pick for Acadia's player of the game here as people start to talk about that up here in the booth. And I tell you what, to stuff one in a major would be a tall hill to climb for the Huskies, but it's not in yet.
And once again, another example of the great run blocking from this Acadia offensive line. Cody Cluett taking his time here, letting that play clock run down. Hand off to Davidson. Davidson! Can he get in? And no. Davidson looks like he's at the 2-yard line.
Agbazo just swallowed him up. I thought when he was choosing to run it to the left side, there was literally just 5 white jerseys there, no blockers. Didn't try to bring it back around at all. Took them head on. He did get it pretty close.
I said the 2-yard line. He's at the 1. Goal to go for Acadia. 1:48 remaining in the quarter.
Who wants it in there, Peter?
The push, and Cluett is in for a touchdown. And that brings everybody alive here at Raymond Field.
The big men move it forward. Cluett jumps on top. There you see some love. Jake Creedon and company make it happen. Watch the bodies move. First point of contact. Jumping through the middle, Ethan Charters. There you see 67. He says, give me some love, bench. 34-28. What a drive for the Axemen. What a response at home.
You know, things could have gone off the wheels with that Cody Cluett interception in the third quarter. It didn't. They regained their composure. They got that big touchdown to end the quarter from McMinns. And boy, again, we talked about the momentum, major momentum swings in this game. And right now, it's going the way of Acadia. Not a lot of time here, but if there's one team that can get back into this game with 1:39 remaining in regulation, it's St. Mary's.
Absolutely so. Credit Acadia, you're right. They turned the ball over. St. Mary's got a touchdown. They needed to pull up their socks, regroup. How are your nerves at that stage? Answer, excellent. They came out, executed, drove that ball down the field. short, long, drew penalties, blocked. They did all the little things right. Clean snaps. There was no danger at all for the Axemen. They crushed that drive out of the park. Now, Caleb Scott, he's going to try to run this football a little bit. I would have to think Acadia's pass coverage is going to be down the field, be very tight. There should be some cushion there for Scott to run if he can bust one out there. It's going to be on his shoulders if I am Coach Colsey.
So here we go, folks. Buckle up, 1:39 remaining in regulation. 35-28 lead for Acadia. We've seen this St. Mary's team down in games late. They find a way to come back and win games. Can they do it one more time? It comes to Liam O'Brien. He's had a major role in this game, and he gets tackled, and that ball will be just out over the 25-yard line.
Garvin Cias doing it all. Read that ball in the air, took the feet out from under O'Brien. This is going to be a long field now for St. Mary's to stretch. They've been aggressive on first down. Be careful here for the Axemen. Brandon Jennings, the free safety, moving some bodies back there.
That ball whipped out, and a reception. That's Justo, and he gets the catch at the 40-yard line.
Nice sling outside there to Justo on the far wide.
1st and 10 from the 40. Caleb Scott, that ball is dug out. And that was number 9, Henry, with a reception. Back-to-back receptions.
Plenty of time for St. Mary's, 122. If you're going to give them 10-yard chunks at a time, they're just going to continue to take this. Plenty of time left.
1st and 10 from the 50. Here's Scott. Another catch by Henry. Gets a couple of yak yards. And, boy, this is a very impressive drive here.
Well, the middle of the field needs to get themselves organized there. Brandon Johnson that time just let him waltz across the middle. 3 receivers down tight now to the inside. Lots of 3 on the top. Lots of room.
1st and 10 from the 35. Deep.
Oh.
And he was trying to find Henry once again, and it was out of his reach.
Henry had the seam there. If that was a couple feet to the inside, he was going to catch that in stride, but there was going to be a massive collision with Brandon Jennings as well. That was a decent throw there for Scott. Good chance to take.
So after back-to-back first downs, 2nd and 10, Caleb Scott, he's got a first down again. As that is number 83, Mackenzie Scott with that catch.
So Scott and Justo, 2 guys who haven't caught a pass tonight. They catch one down in this drive, 57 seconds left. So they've moved it a far distance in about 35 seconds or so here. So now they can kind of chill out, take a minute.
Clock starts to tick away, 52, 51. 1st and 10 from the 25.
Although this is taking too much time. This is too much chill out time.
Caleb Scott finds Jack. Jackson trying to get down the sideline, and he gets out of bounds to stop the clock with 36.5 seconds remaining.
Key first down for Achilles Jack. We mentioned his presence out there. Caleb Scott's so poised right now. He's just delivering these balls on target. Well rehearsed 2-minute drive. 36.5 seconds left still. Great camera shot.
And a hand on, that's O'Brien.
Man, it looked like he might have been inside the end zone and knocked out. That's a big time catch on contact for O'Brien.
And he's shaking up, yes. Boy, that play action, it fooled me. I thought that was a handoff to McClellan.
They sold that one very well. That's been a bread and butter play.
So,
wow, this is stunning.
Boy, like you said, Adam, I mean, they moved this ball down the field quickly, and they've done this so many times. At least 4 or 5 times we've seen games on TV1 this season where it looked like they were left for dead on the side of the road, and next thing you know, they've got a major and they've won the game. And now they'll have that ball goal to go for St. Mary's.
Well, it's about connections now, connecting with the snap. If there's a handoff, which I doubt there will be, you got to hit it. But here we go.
There's Caleb Scott.
He's tackled.
Did he break the plane?
He got wrapped up from behind.
And that ball at the 1. Second down.
Not sure who got him there, but it was a nice pick. It was Adam Melanson. He just pushed his way through that line and pulled him backwards. Still 2 cracks, though, to get it in.
So Caleb Scott talking things over there with Coach Colsey. And boy, again, another momentum swing.
Looks like St. Mary's going to take a timeout here, or they're still dealing with the injury, perhaps. I thought there's another injured Husky on the field. Indeed, it's timeout.
St. Mary's want to talk things over here at the 1-yard line. Knocking on the door.
Well, O'Brien's taking it in on the last couple of goal line attempts for the Huskies, but it looks like they're going to stick with O'Brien. They're going to go down with the gunslinger.
So Caleb Scott under center here. 26 seconds remaining. And they're in for the touchdown. Caleb Scott, boy, did he ever drive that ball down the field in very minimal time, and then he takes it in for the touchdown. And wow, what a game we've seen here this afternoon.
St. Mary's just won't go away. Caleb Scott a little more patient that time. Picked out to the right, took a half step out there and jumped into that red paint. There's going to be a big time extra point attempt here. These seem so ordinary during the course of play, but now this is the one. Can he tie it? And now St. Mary's going to take a timeout on the point after, kind of freezing their own guy. This is interesting. Although looks like they're having a few issues of who they want in the game substitution-wise. Good look at Scott. He goes in there.
Rolled down that right side off the line. And
he had a convoy with him.
Yeah. Gets the touchdown.
Such a tough spot for Acadia's defense. You know, you get that ball, you're thinking they're at their own 30, 27-yard line, a far ways to go. You give them 3 straight 10-yard passes. All of a sudden, you're on your heels. You're in a cushion. St. Mary's is in rhythm all the way down. And Archelius Jack first down leads to the goal line touchdown drive.
Big extra point, high snap. And that's up and in. And folks, we've got a tie game, 35 apiece. 21.5 seconds remaining in regulation.
Well, the answer, the mental fortitude it takes to do that on the road after everything that's gone on. The St. Mary's Huskies now have that second life. How do you respond if you're Acadia? You think that you have this one in the bag. Huge touchdown drive, all the momentum, great kickoff, and St. Mary's just puts one right down your throat in for a touchdown. Do you have that answer again? Cody Cluett, I suspect, is going to be ready for this challenge.
And one shouldn't be shocked at what St. Mary's just did there. They've been doing it all season, late touchdown drives to win games. They did it in Mount Allison earlier this season. They had a big goal line stand late against Acadia in their first meeting of the season.
This is not shocking at all. These are the two best teams in the conference. This isn't an underdog story by any stretch.
Late drive at St. Avex for St. Mary's to win that football game. And here we go. This is McMinns. McMinns up the middle, and he gets out over the 30. Or excuse me, out over the 25, and now they're waving the training staff to come on and take a look at McMinns.
Not a whole lot of movement in McMinns right now. They whistled right away for people to come over. favoring his left side. It's either his right shoulder or his left side. I'm not sure if he's grabbing for something or tucking his shoulder.
As the medical staff takes a look at McMinn's, looks like his leg.
He might just be straight cramping up at this
probably.
point. His workload has been almost every offensive play. You know, at some point he's got an impact on it.
Like you, I was thinking it was his shoulder, but it's clearly looks like a cramp for Eugene McMinn's.
15.5 seconds to go into the wind. It's going to be tough to really hoist one up there and feel confident about it. Playing for overtime always dangerous, you know.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, St. Mary's, they make it entertaining, that's for sure, huh?
Yeah, no, this is exactly what you tune in for. Regardless of what happens, this is two well-deserved teams putting on for their conference. But you don't want to be too aggressive here. Your defense has been great. Other than that last drive for St. Mary's where they utterly dominated, the defense has been in each and every drive, despite St. Mary's putting up 35 points on the board. It hasn't been a poor showing for the red and white defense of Chad McLaughlin. So the biggest thing they're thinking about right now is, first of all, get Eugene McMinn's back onto the field.
Healthy.
If there's going to be overtime, he needs to get hydrated. He needs to get out there.
And they're signaling this might be a little bit more complicated. And, well, maybe it is just a cramp situation. Anyways, they're calling for extra help to come to the field.
Just won't release. Looks like they're on the hamstring area there. Trying to massage it. They might just literally need to help carry him off.
What a great season Eugene McMinn's has had this year, 2017. Unbelievable returner. 29 catches this season, 346 yards, and then not to mention all the yards he gained on special teams as they try to work that cramp out.
You know, even if Acadia drops this ball deep for a couple completions, 16 points, well, 16 seconds, 15.5 here. It's going to be tough to even run yourself down the field and get set up in time. It's going to be 3-4 snaps in order to get it down there. Against the wind, you're not getting the bomb for, you know, a 70-yard touchdown at this stage. It'd be, you know, pretty miraculous if that happens. Everyone's running out of here and buying a lottery ticket. But they're literally going to carry McMinn's off the field.
And they'll take McMinn's off, this Acadia team, another focal point of their offense. Dale Wright, he left in the second quarter with an injury. Not too sure what the injury was to Dale Wright. So those are two big pieces of their offense out of the game right now. We'll see if, and McMinn's, I'm taking a look, and he's in a lot of pain over there.
And they're just going to take a knee here, Peter. They're not messing around with this at all. Exactly. They know it's not realistic to get down there.
And Cody Cluett will let that clock just run out, and we're going to overtime here, folks, at Raymond Field. Game that was supposed to be played, then it wasn't going to be played, and on a Tuesday afternoon, we have Championship Tuesday as opposed to Championship Saturday, and this game going to OT. What a great day of football.
It absolutely is. I like the concentration of St. Mary's here, Peter. Everyone was set up there thinking it was going to be a knee. They ran two guys right up there on the edge, aggressive in stance, just in case Acadia tried to pull one of those YouTube sensation trickery at the end. They were ready for each and every play. They're taking this game seriously from whistle to whistle. Both teams seem like they've been down. Are they going to make a comeback? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. We've been saying that repeatedly here this afternoon. This is one for the ages. If there wasn't the controversy swirling around this, Peter, this would be one of a series of excellent AUS championships we've seen. It'd go down in the books. And still will, despite everything that's gone on.
Well, yeah, whatever happens tomorrow, there's going to be a ruling on the eligibility situation. Whatever happens, this has been a great game.
See if we can get a little stat update here at the end. Our stats guys are way down the end of the table from us here in our TV1 broadcast position.
As the officials mull things over here, we get ready for overtime. And what a drive by St. Mary's. Pushed that ball down the field like it was nothing. And so many weapons for Caleb Scott offensively. And he went to about everybody in that fourth quarter.
Well, you think about the amount of eyes that are on this football game, the amount of people that, you hate to say it, are hoping St. Mary's fails. There's people openly rooting against St. Mary's. Again, you don't know if they cheated or not. The eligibility decision is not out there yet. But there's people who have made up their minds and have been very open in their decisions on who they're going to root for in this game. All that did not matter to the Huskies. All that mattered is the men in that room, is that coach and staff, is their school that they're representing. And that takes a great deal of mental fortitude to do that.
The old us against the world type of mentality came into play for St. Mary's.
So now they're just going to sort this out, just discuss the regular logistics. No change in the overtime rules here for the Loney Bowl, same as regular season. So now they're going to go do the toss with the captains there at center field. And this one is huge. Nice sportsmanship between both guys. After playing a full 40 minutes to stand there and shake hands at center field, You got to love it.
So a great day of football, and it's not done here at Raymond Field as we go to overtime.
Thank you. Well, you can't see them. They're right behind our logo here at midfield, but there's a lot of tension in that coin toss.
And this St. Mary's team, they kind of struggled down the stretch of the regular season. They had some problems. For Acadia, they got on a roll. They won 4 games in a row to get the bye into the final. And taking a look at the St. Mary's team here, they're
going out for a little warm-up.
As we get ready for overtime.
It is a long delay, Peter, I will say that. Standing around trying to keep warm.
Okay,
Smart move to get all these guys and all the bodies moving.
Okay, we'll go for a little break right here. As we await overtime, we'll come back for overtime in the Loney Bowl right after this.
Subway's new rotisserie-style chicken Caesar sandwich is available 3 ways, so you can enjoy it with your coworkers. Or Brad from the gym. Look at that form. Or you can even enjoy it with your girlfriend. Not today, Becky. Handcrafted with savory Caesar sauce and tender rotisserie-style seasoned chicken. Available as a grilled wrap, panini, or on Italian bread. Subway's new rotisserie-style chicken Caesar. Also available on 6-inch gluten-free bread. It's the sandwich for everyone. Especially you, handsome.
Le tout nouveau rap grillé steak et bacon sauce sud-ouest. Un autre Subway qui se mange d'une seule main. Ce qui vous laisse une main de libre pour lancer un boomerang, lancer des dés ou lancer des coffres. Oh, direct d'en face. Le nouveau rap grillé steak et bacon sauce sud-ouest, Subway.
If you like this, you'll like this too. Introducing Budweiser Prohibition Brew. The first non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes like beer.
Welcome back, everybody. Get ready for overtime. And here's Caleb Scott right up the middle, so each team will get the ball at the 35-yard line.
It's an interesting choice there, Peter. Typically you win the toss, you want to go on defense, so you kind of find out what do you need? Do you need the field goal? Do you need the major score? But then the flip side of that is you don't get the choice of end. So St. Mary's ends up with the ball first. Okay, great, Acadia might get to know, but they got to go against that win. So that's going to be huge in this ball game.
2nd down and 1 from the 35. There's a toss, and that was Robinson. It was wide open, and Caleb Scott couldn't hit him with a pass.
Robinson swung through there with speed. He had no one around him. Scott couldn't deliver.
So now that will bring out Hope, and he'll kick a field goal here.
Acadia trying to run some guys back into the end zone. Now they get a man out there. Usually that's McMinn's, but they need a replacement.
Looks like McDonald back in the end zone. We'll see as this ball is up, and it is good. So Hope, who's got an unbelievable foot, great accuracy, he gets the field goal to start overtime.
Okay. So with the wind, you're thinking, oh, that's as long as you don't turn it over, St. Mary's was going to get at least a field goal. They got that. Acadia's avoided the major. Now, how do you answer if you're the Axemen? I think stay tried and true. Take your 5, 7, 8 yards for Cam Davidson. Convert a first down. Get in there closer where there's a little more margin of error for you. The field goal's a little shorter if you have to take it. You don't need to take a big punch right away. St. Mary's went for the long bomb inside route. Incompletion. They did get away with the field goal. And I'll correct myself, Peter. I was talking with an official before that. We were under the impression you switched ends during the break. We're going to stay here at this end. So that's a huge development.
1st and 10 from the 35 for Acadia. Hand off to Davidson. Trying to get to the outside, and Davidson gets about, I'm going to say, 3 yards.
So they went for that, like I said, except they didn't get the 5 or 7 yards. It was a 3-yard gain. So now it's a similar situation to St. Mary's with that 2nd and 7. You're going to have to sling one.
(38-35). Hope just kicked a field goal. 2nd and 6 from the 31. Here's Mullally. He's got the first down. Oh, maybe just a little short.
Wow, what a huge force out of bounds there for the Huskies. Full speed Mullally. He was gunning for that corner flag. Didn't get a number.
Let's see where they spot this ball.
3rd and half a yard.
Mullally.
Caesar's chasing him down, flattens him out just a little bit, and Light Myers, guess who, man? He, if he had one more big play in him, he needed it right there.
You see Jarius Caesar trying to track down Mullally as well.
So 3rd and short. Glue it.
So here we
In
go.
the huddle, they're not going to do field goal. They're going for the first down. Here it is.
Big play here for Acadia. Can they get it? Yes, they do. As Kluitt gets pushed back, and that's going to be a first down.
And that's when you know that you have confidence in your line. Coach Cummins says, I'm going down with the guys that got me here. That's the right side of the offensive line. Kyler Cherry and company get another crack for their team right at the 25. This is spotted. Exactly what they needed. About halfway through the 25, 26, or 24.
And we know
I'm too excited. I can't even keep my numbers straight.
Here's Cam Davidson as he gets close to the 20-yard line. You know, we talked about Dale Wright and what a great season he had, but the last 3 or 4 games, the winning streak for this Acadia team, I mean, nothing, don't want to take anything from Dale Wright, but that offensive line, they've impressed me so much. I mean, they're the star of this team. They've been the engine for this team.
And that's usually a trademark of any Coach Cummins team. It's kind of it's he played the line, so it's a sort of thing where these guys are going to take pride in that. There's a lot of coaching attention that gets to that. They perform, but I take a look. Hastings is at the top of this thing. I'd be looking his direction.
2nd and 6 from the 20. Oh. As they tried to get that ball out to the flat, that didn't materialize as Kluitt was trying to find Caleb Ryder. So
3rd knockdown of the game for Jadarius Caesar. No bigger moment than that one. St. Mary's was paying attention to Hastings. He was going long across the middle. They had Ryder with only one person there. He went underneath. They tried to take the short, but Caesar was having none of it.
So Saumur has to kick this field goal. This is a big play for this rookie kicker. Puts it up, and it is good.
What guts from Samur. In the biggest moment of his career, obviously to this point as a rook. High school doesn't get you ready for that. In these conditions,
sure.
stepping up, and he just pounded that through.
And the young man gets a big-time field goal, and we're all tied up once again, 38 apiece. And boy, the excitement continues here.
So we'll reset again.
And the captain's talking things over with the officials.
The flag guys getting a workout. They ran all the way out to half as well.
So
it's pretty fitting, Peter, that one of these teams is likely going to need a touchdown to break this one. With the way this wind is, you're going to have the plenty of distance for the field goal. The first team to stuff this one in has got to feel like they have a pretty good chance. And with as well as these offenses have played, it'll be well deserving to kind of see it go out on a high note like that for whoever takes this one down.
So they place the ball on the 35. And Cody Cluett out there once again.
Tension absolutely palpable out here. Acadia's going to have to try to strike first.
Cluett drops back. He's got time. Going deep. And that is over the head of Mullally. Of course, if you just tuned in, we're in overtime. No Eugene McMinns. He had a bit of a hamstring injury. As we're into overtime here. Cluett getting a play from the sideline.
So they went for it big on first down there. That's the first time they haven't run on the opening down of a drive all quarter long, including overtime.
2nd and 10, 35-yard line. Quick pass. Mullally, he's got the first down. Mullally down the sideline. And Mullally at around the 12-yard line. Great play by the youngster for Acadia.
He's a little bit shaken up. He takes a hard hit. But look at the space he has over here. Remarkable amount of space. They throw it out here. Someone's late coming up. They try to get by the man. That's Legale again with the missed tackle. And Mullally goes right by, like you said, all the way down. Inside the 15. This is remarkable.
And Mullally is shaken up. They've already lost Eugene McMinns. Take a look at this play once again.
Has to come back to it just a little bit. Legale jumps inside. He had 3 and 4 guys in there. He needs to stay inside, protect the sideline, and flatten him out. Instead, he lets him go. Goes for the leg tackle. No chance. Mullally looked okay there until he spiked the ball. He might be having a little cramp himself. Watch the position Legale has. He jumps in there. He's got his man right in there.
Right.
You see 42. That should have been an easy play.
And he had support on the inside. He didn't need to cut in the inside to try to make that tackle.
And Mullally makes the biggest catch of his Acadia career. And they're stretching him out.
Eugene McMinns, as I just mentioned, he had that hamstring. I don't know if it was a hamstring pull or a cramp, but he's out of the game. And now Mullally, they're asking. And there you see Mullally, he just smashes the turf. He's a little upset. He's got a lower body injury that's going to take him out of this game right now.
Well, it's getting to be a bit of a war of attrition now. Acadia's best running back has been gone since the first half. McMinns, who's had such a big impact, he's been out late. Hasn't played in overtime. Now Mullally's going to come out.
Wow, he's not putting any pressure on that leg. They're going to carry him off, and that doesn't look good. So Mullally he's out of the game. McMinns is out of the game. Dale right, left in the second quarter. So some big pieces out of this offense for Acadia. So Beckford has come in.
And that's an interesting little guy to follow. Beckford's got some speed. He can pinball himself through some coverage. He's going to attract some attention at the very least. This will be an interesting look here. He's on the near side to the right of Cody Cluett.
1st and 10 from the 12 here in overtime. Handoff for Davidson. And Davidson inside the 10.
Well, they tried to use Beckford as some misdirection, brought him right across the line of scrimmage and ran Davidson to the right where he came from. But Herbst just swallows him up. Watch Beckford go here. They don't even fake the handoff, doesn't make anyone bite. And then a huge hit from Herbst.
So the ball has been placed on the 10. So 2nd and 5.
Acadia can still get a first down if they can push the ball to the 2-yard line.
Cluett, quick throw. Gets it for Davidson. Davidson! And he should have that first down.
Well, it's going to be a key spot. He was smart to fall backwards and take some of that momentum with them, but we'll see where they spot it.
I think they're just short maybe of the first down.
Wow, it is short. They're signaling to the bench that it's short.
And they're going to go short yardage here. Wow. Very close.
Well, if you don't get into the end zone, you can still get the first down on the push, but what a moment.
And Cody Cluett takes it in. Is it a touchdown?
Looks like they're whistling him down at the 1.
So he does have the first down.
Can there be any more drama?
And that ball at the 1-yard line. So they get the first down. 3 cracks at it from in close here now for Acadia.
Just enough. You got to feel like you're going to keep this one on the ground no matter what. Go right back to that same side. Follow your horses. Davidson in the backfield.
Everybody gets to the line. Are they in? No signal.
I think he was stopped short again.
Cody Cluett.
Can't believe it.
Little frustration from the Acadia quarterback.
He did get hit high. Egbozo looked like he got a shot at him. Or excuse me, Panchishин as well.
So 2nd down and goal to go for Acadia. Tied at 38 apiece. What a great day of football here from Raymond Field and Wolfville. Cluett again. No, he's not in. Yes, he is in.
Give it to him.
Touchdown for Acadia. And St. Mary's, their defense, they don't agree. And now a flag's been thrown.
Well, I have to admit it looked close, Peter. He got stood up again. Must have extended that ball across the line. We'll see if we get a second look.
Yeah, I'm shocked too, because initially, I don't know, didn't look like he made it. Let's take a look at it here.
He comes out right as he should. He gets stood up. I don't know where that ball, he sneaks it out right there, but I don't know when the whistle went. That's the thing in question. St. Mary's is looking around saying, come on. It's tough not having the side-on look as well. They're in the A
right
position.
there. Okay, is he not stopped there?
Then he reaches it out. Again, it's hard to tell where these bodies lie along the line of scrimmage, but Vince Williams runs in and calls the touchdown.
So Samuel will come in to kick the extra point.
And another big extra point here for Samuel.
And now the officials have a little bit of a board meeting here. Not sure what the issue is. So boy, the topsy-turvy nature of this game continues.
Talk about icing the kicker, even though it's an extra point.
Right. And as you said, I mean, this extra point, this is important. Rennick to hold. The extra point is good. And it's now a 45-38 lead, and we'll see if St. Mary's can respond.
So there's the major we talked about. Caleb Scott, he answered a touchdown with a touchdown at the end of the fourth quarter. Can he do it again in overtime? The thing about Acadia's defense has to worry about is they spread the ball around to so many different players. We mentioned 2 players, Justo started the whole thing, never caught a ball. He pulled one in. 2 other players, unheralded so far in the receiving corps. Bang, bang, 2 more catches. So you don't know who it's going to go for. And then you got the top man, Archelius Jack, lurking in the wings. He's in the slot in the middle of the 2 receivers here to the right of Caleb Scott. There's a lot to think about for Acadia.
Play action, Caleb Scott. As looked like he was looking for Liam O'Brien.
Well, O'Brien was there. Again, Scott is a little amped up. That's the second throw in overtime that he's put over the head of his receivers.
Crowd coming alive here at Raymond Field. They can sense something about to happen.
Well, the costly penalty at the end after the touchdown
That's
back
right.
St. Mary's up to the 45. It forced so much more pressure.
Here comes some pressure going downtown, and it's incomplete as they were trying to hit Robinson down that far sideline.
Cius was all over this one. Robinson was in full stride, but Cius had inside position.
So here we go, folks.
St. Mary's didn't want to take 10 yards. They took 2 deep shots. Now their back's against the wall.
Game on the line. Scott. And they've got the first down.
Be careful if you're Acadia after the play. You don't need any unsportsmanlike.
That was
sure hands there.
That was Justo.
Justo again. His second catch of overtime.
That's the reception of the season right there to keep St. Mary's, their campaign alive.
St. Mary's should try to do just that again. No need to be cranking it downfield this much.
And Caleb Scott has to throw it away as he had oncoming pressure.
They're going to say he got outside enough to where he could throw that one away. And another cramping Axemen. This is unfortunate for Acadia because St. Mary's is kind of reeling. Now they get a chance to think about the play call, what they want to target.
Can't quite see who that player is down there for Acadia.
What's even more important, that's going to be a starting member of your secondary that's going to come off for a key play.
And this looks like a cramping situation for the Acadia player out there. But boy, this St. Mary's team, I mean, they're like a vampire. You can't kill them off.
Well, you look around and just check out their body language. They're not panicked. They're not going around talking to each other frantic. Hansen and Jack, they're just kind of floating around there. The offensive line, they know what their job is. Give our quarterback some time. These receivers have had such good games. O'Brien, he's just been the man. You got to suspect that he's going to be floating around the middle of the field. Look, there's just no panic at Caleb Scott. They got the play call in already. As the Acadia injured player just heads off.
So 2nd and 10 from the 27-yard line. 45-38 for Acadia in overtime. And the crowd asking for some D. Scott wants to run with it, and he gets tied up at around the 35, maybe the 34.
Caleb Scott hasn't done a direct run in about 35 minutes of football, and they choose this moment to do it. I guess you're trying to keep people off guard. Almost even a hold in here inside. You see wrapped straight across the arm of Bagnall. But now there it is.
Yeah, 3rd and 5, game on the line. Scott going to the end zone! And incomplete pass, but we got a flag on the play. And it's going to be pass interference against Acadia, one would think.
Well, what a route. Check this one. You got 3 on the top. 2 guys hold up, and then they break it.
That was Henry wide open. And, yeah, no two ways about it. McDonald getting tagged with a pass interference.
Almost a telegraph of the Light Myers play in the exact same spot of the end zone. This time it goes against the Axemen.
I mean, McDonald didn't even turn around to
just took him straight
to take
out.
a look at the ball.
Absolutely. So a play away from the Loney ball to down to the 10, 1st and goal. What a game.
So again, St. Mary's with more life. Caleb Scott loads up, almost picked off.
On the fingertips. You see some of the Acadia players on the sideline and coaches, they're just saying, how did that one not go back?
Cius, yeah, in and out of his hands.
St. Mary's tried to jam it into this tight side of the field. They're putting their athletes up on the top side now. Jack.
Scott wants to throw again over the middle. It's picked off! And that's going to do it. The Acadia Axemen have won this game in overtime, 45-38. What an interception by Cius. And this Acadia team and their fans going crazy.
The emotions pouring out. We were champions. They took it away. We got to go play for it, and they went out, and they put 45 up on the Huskies, and the defense seals the deal. Man, what a rewarding feeling if you're behind the Acadia Axemen.
This Axemen team, they hadn't played for a month. They were supposed to play this game on Saturday. The legal system got involved. And on a Tuesday afternoon, here in November, they end up playing the Loney Bowl. I don't think it's ever been played on any other day except Saturday. But boy, what a game.
And what do they tell you? I'm going to finish with the boxing match reference. Never leave it up to the judges. Acadia says, not this year. They went out, delivered the knockout blow, interception, second in the game for McDonald, or Kelly, excuse me. And it's just bedlam here in the stands. People are so excited. So many people here that could be the player of the game on both sides of the ball. Davidson stepped up so well. He's an option. Kelly, 2 interceptions. Cius has been huge.
Oh, he was
Man, the
solid
list
today.
goes on and on and on. And let's not forget the St. Mary's Huskies. These guys came in under tough circumstances. They put 38 up on a stout Acadia defense. They played a tough game on the road with everyone against them. Hats off to them. But moving on, the men in red and white.
Wow. Acadia team, the offense, you kind of thought the offense would be stagnant a little bit in that first half. As I mentioned, hadn't played in about a month, and it was. But, man, they found their sea legs, for lack of a better term, as this game moved on. The offense, you knew what you were going to get from the defense. I mean, this Acadia defense is superb, and you knew they were going to be ready. And it just took a little while for Cody Cluett and the Acadia offense to get going, but once they did, boy, oh boy. And like you said, you know, the adversity. Dale Wright goes down. Towards the end here, you had McMinns go down, and they were able to keep rolling with the punches.
Absolutely. And, you know, not to look too far ahead and not enjoy this moment if you're an Acadia fan, but in 3 days, you're going to have to roll against one of the most powerful teams in Canada. So you're hoping McMinns is available. Don't know what Dale Wright's status is. It's going to be an uphill climb as it is. You hope those guys are available, but if any team's going to approach it with the heart that's needed to pull off an upset, it's going to be on this very field. Acadia is going to get a chance to defend and do it all over again.
And the crowd here at Raymond Field was simply outstanding. Great support from the home crowd here. And they come away with a victory 45-38. And yeah, they're going to be in tough this weekend. There's no doubt about it. And not much time to prepare.
Well, the odds of it being a 45-38 game against the Western Mustangs is little to none.
Yeah.
You could buy a pro line on that. But the thing is, you got to be able to grind out that sort of game. It's going to be on your home field. Western sitting around here in Nova Scotia, everyone's kind of saying they have the good part of it. St. Mary's and Acadia are beating each other up in the court. They're beating each other up on the field.
Right.
Everyone's wasting emotional energy. But I'll tell you what, both of these teams didn't look any worse for wear for me. The tough turnaround physically, just from a biomechanical point of view, that's going to be tough for Acadia. There's no two ways around that. But these guys are fresh off a battle. Not a whole lot of time to overthink it. They're going to have to just go to war and muck up the game.
The good thing about it, they do not have to get on a plane to go anywhere. They're here at home. They've got their own comfort system. So that will be a positive in their favor going into the game. But like you said, it's going to be a very tough game. They're in tough. But boy, oh boy, they get this victory. And we'll see what happens come the weekend. It's a one-game shot, and they're going to need McMinns. There's no doubt about that. He can't be out for any length of time. They need his offensive ability.
Well, it's 45 points, but, there was 2 or 3 picks that they had in the first half that they didn't get any major scores off of.
That's right.
If you're going to somehow turn Western over and get the ball in your hands on a takeaway, you have to score points. So that's going to be something they're going to talk about. Yeah, it's great they had 45, but they could have put this one away, perhaps even more so in the first half with a couple of major scores right there. So some stuff to think about, a lot to improve, despite an impressive victory for the Axemen.
As you see the players gathering around there, the Acadia Axemen, and you see Coach Cummins having a few words for his team.
He's so passionate. You can see him just out of the look behind our cameraman on the far right of your screen. It's just he brings his heart and soul every single day to the field. And there's the winning touchdown. Cluett just searching for it. That'll be talked about play by St. Mary's. They thought that one was an in, so some controversy there for sure.
And there's Garvin Cias after he picked off that ball.
And they're on the way to the UTEC Bowl. A lot of doubters of this Acadia program. They were doubting how they trained. Why were they so hurt? What was going on? Sometimes things just happen. Luck doesn't go your way, but karma stays with you when you do things the right way, as Coach Cummins has tried to do for his 10, 15 plus seasons approaching here at Acadia University, and moments like this happen.
Well, you remember the first game of the season, they went to Mount Allison, and Mount Allison just put it to them. There's no other way of describing that game. Mount Allison just ripped them apart, and they did not look like a very cohesive team that first game of the season. But hey, that was game one, and they slowly built their season. And the last 4 games, I mean, in my mind, there was no more dominant team in this conference than Acadia. Their line play was just simply unbelievable. They were so physical. They beat down teams in the trenches the last 4 or 5 weeks, and it's culminated into winning a Loney Bowl title here.
Well, just another moment of doubt, that first game of the season. Another thing to overcome. It's not just you, it's what everyone is trying to say about you. It's trying to tune out the friends and family members that say, hey, what was wrong there? What happened there? Is your season going off the rails already? And to answer the call time and time again. You mentioned going through the process. A season is a process. They found Dale Wright. He blossomed this year. They knew they had to go more run heavy when they realized what they had with Dale Wright. What did that do? Allowed Cody Cluett to enter a real comfort zone with this offense. Developed some real chemistry. He and Cordell Hastings, they always had that. Those guys have come through the program together. It's been the McMinns of the world that have really kind of been able to come into their own, take the leadership from Cluid, take the leadership from guys on the line like Cherry, and as they're approaching the stage here now, man, you got to feel good for these guys.
Just saw Coach Cummins. He gave young Mr. Clayton a big hug and a kiss on the cheek. I tell you, you don't think there's any emotion with this Acadia team. Boy, as you see Phil Curry, Executive Director of the AUS Conference. Here's the player of the game. And there you see it, Cam Davidson, the player of the game. He came in, filled in for the injured Dale Wright. And what a game he had. As I guess that's mom. He's giving her a hug.
Well, Cam's father, Troy, is the game day announcer on the microphone. He got to announce that one to the public
right.
here.
That's his dad, right?
And how fun is that? What a moment. And who would have thought this guy was going to be standing up on stage?
He's a local boy, too. He's from around this area, if I'm not mistaken.
He grew up on the street behind me in Kentville, 15 minutes down the road.
And the thing was, the U of T, they were in pursuit of him. And then Acadia came up at the last minute and, hey, why didn't you stay at home? And there you see.
There it is.
Jewett Trophy.
What a shot, too. Great work. Great camera work there.
And there you see the Axemen, the AUS champions for 2017. They dethrone officially now St. FX, who were two-time champs. And what a season for this Axemen team. They were hit hard with injuries for the last 4 or 5 years. They stayed healthy this season. They stayed together during the rough times, and they are able to win the title here.
What a scene. It's going to be short-lived, unfortunately. They're going to have to regroup in a hurry. There's going to be some rest and recovery. You don't get that normal one night to relish it in this case scenario. But I'm telling you, it's a unique setup. It's a unique thing where you can reset that quickly. The emotional high, the adrenaline doesn't go down and then have to crank back up again in the week.
A week later.
They're just going to keep on riding this wave for 4 or 5 days and hope to host another trophy here coming up on Saturday.
Like we said, the good thing, they don't have to get on a plane to go anywhere. They can stay home, sleep in their own beds, get home-cooked meals. And, you know, that momentum, maybe they can carry on some of the momentum from this game come the weekend. It's going to be very tough. But there you see a big win for Acadia. They win the AUS championship game 45-38. Well, Adam, it was a pleasure. It was nice working with you.
Great game.
And a big shout out to our crew all season long that did such a fantastic job. And also John McNeil, one of the great analysts in football that we have in this part of the country. Big shout out to John and to everybody that tuned in. We appreciate your support. So the final score, once again, the Acadia Axemen, they win the AUS championship 45-38 in overtime over St. Mary's. On behalf of Adam Detjen, our entire crew, I'm Peter Ruttgazer saying good night from Wolfville, Nova Scotia.